Kia ora everyone, and welcome to the council meeting for Thursday the 23rd of April 2026. And I would especially like to welcome Reverend Te Ataroi, the Māori chaplain of the Otago University and the Otago Polytech, who will open the meeting with a karakia. Kia ora.
Mōrena koutou. He mihi aroha ki a koutou katoa. Ko te tuatahi, he mihi aroha ki te atua, ko te tuarua, he mihi ki te hau kainga, te mana whenua o tēnei rohe. Ko te tuarua, he mihi ki te hunga mate kei Wanganui i a mātou, haere, haere, haere atu rā. Ki te hunga ora, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Mera mea, tēnā koe, he kahurangi koe, and ki ngā rangatira katoa, tēnei te mihi ki a koutou. It is always a privilege to be here to start our morning off with a karakia. For me, it's a really important way to start the day. So let me start. Me inoi tātou. E te atua kaharawa tēnei te whakamoemiti ki a koe. Ko koe te kaihanga o te ao, te kaihanga o ngā mea katoa, nau te mana, nau te kororia, nau te pūrotu. Almighty God, we give thanks for this day. I give thanks for the leadership in this room. Our mayor, our councillors, and the public that are here, that are attending this meeting this morning. We hold peace right now, space, and we welcome your aroha to flow through this room, to flow through the hearts of our people here who need to make important decisions for our community. We give thanks for Ōtepoti, the bright city that it is, the beautiful city that it is, and all the whānau that live here on this blessed land. We ask that we think of the vulnerable, we think of all the people that work in the city, that study in the city, that live abundant lives in the city. We think of them all. I ask that you empower and endow our rangatira here in this room with wisdom, with a heart of aroha for each other and a heart of aroha for our people and for this land. As I place my hand on this agenda, I just ask for all miracles, all peace and all love, that every decision that's made here is made with all those thoughts in mind, intent, good intent towards our people and the care and nurture of toi toi tua te tama me te wairua tapu. Aki aki. Amen. Kia ora whānau.
Kia ora.
And with that, a blessed day, and I will make my way out. Kia ora.
Thank you very much. Mandy, Councillor Mayhem would like to give a tribute.
Thank you. I asked the Mayor if I could speak this morning. Marshall Scipett, a prominent Dunedin identity, passed away on the 19th of April. Best known for his significant contributions to both the New Zealand art world and basketball over several decades. Originally from New York, he moved to Dunedin in the 1960s with his wife, Dr. Annalise Scipett. They lived in Waitati for all of this time. He was a unique and interesting person, a real character. Marshall worked as a recreation officer at Orokonui and Cherry Farm hospitals. He was a stay-at-home and very proud dad, a community identity and an advocate for Otago, a coach, a mentor, a storyteller, a wearer of hats, a lover of sports and music and arts. In the Dunedin art scene, Marshall operated the Marshall Scipett Art Gallery on Dowling Street. He was a gallery dealer that showcased a number of New Zealand artists and many significant exhibitions. On a personal note, it was thanks to Marshall I was able to meet Barry Brickell, a famous New Zealand potter, in a colourful Waitati event when we knew, as a train enthusiast, Mr Brickell was catching a train out to Waitati, where in a moment's notice the Waitati residents were upstanding to greet him at the train station and present him with a ceramic object of art, and I was very fortunate to embark on a little bit of correspondence with Mr Brickell, who sent me a bottle of champagne and one of his fabulous railway, Driving Creek Railway ceramic pieces. Marshall was an inspiration to me growing up as a famous TV celebrity, and with his classic American accent, he coined a phrase, "Waitati, why not?" which to me sums up very much my colourful community. He was very culturally influential, and he served as a panellist on the 1980s TV series Antiques for Love or Money. He was a board member of the New Zealand Symphony Orchestra, and he recently launched his memoirs, Martial Law, which focused on his basketball career, with a second volume planned regarding the art world. His basketball legacy: he was a towering figure in Otago basketball, and very recently, in 2025, honoured with the Marshall McCann Award for Outstanding Service to Men's Basketball. He was a coach and a player. He began in the Otago men's team in the late 1960s. He transitioned to coaching in the 70s. He led teams for Otago, the New Zealand University, and the New Zealand junior men's team. He was a well-known radio and TV commentator in the Rhinebeck basketball leagues of the 80s and 90s. He won a Mobile Radio Award in 1993 for his work on 4ZB, and he's been credited for encouraging many players to move south, study at the University of Otago in physical education while playing basketball. He was the father to Nina and Leah, the wife to Annalise, to Isla and Seb, brother to Sonny, friend, mentor and inspiration to many. The family are going to have a private farewell, and then there will be a public celebration of his life on the 13th of June. Otara Mighty Forest of Tane has fallen.
Kia ora, Mandy. We will now move on to the public forum, and we have one speaker, Robin Vintner. Welcome, Robin.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. This topic came to me while listening to the presentation at the last public forum from another person, when the word communication was mentioned in relation to Council giving ratepayers more information. I'm a certified conversational intelligence coach, and the whole thrust of this is about what goes on in the brain when we're communicating with another human being. So it's not just about that physical transference of information. You'll see on the image on the top left of the handout showing the primitive or reptile brain, which is in red. It encompasses the amygdala, which you may have heard of. When we're stressed, whether physically, emotionally or psychologically, this part of the brain kicks in and pumps out cortisol. Cortisol affects the green area, which is the prefrontal cortex, and shuts it down. The prefrontal cortex is responsible for our decision making on a second-to-second basis. It affects our big picture thinking, our ability to reason, and our willingness to communicate at a level 3. Now, level 1 is me talking to you now, transferring information. Level 2 is me trying to persuade you to do something you may not want to do. I might use strong language. Level 3 is when we are both listening, engaged, and sharing our own thoughts with the ability to change them as we hear the other person speak. The hormone pumped out from this area is oxytocin, often called the bonding or hugging hormone. If there is psychological abuse, research has shown it causes measurable brain damage. The other interaction between these two areas is there is distrust in the primitive brain and trust in the prefrontal cortex. So you can see that if we feel stressed in any way, we will not trust the other person, and communication is going to be far from where we would like it to be. If you look at the image in the top right, you'll see a ladder. We call it the ladder of conclusions, because within 0.07 seconds, our chemistry has already made a decision and is pumping out either cortisol or oxytocin. So this creates then a feeling of feeling good or bad, depending on which of those hormones. We then think about it and bring in beliefs which may have been with us before we could even verbally realise. Beliefs like, I'm not good enough, I'm not lovable, no one wants to hear what I have to say. There are a number of common limiting beliefs, and a word that somebody else might say may trigger something in you to react to the word that you hear because of your beliefs. And so very quickly you have drawn a conclusion that may or may not be the truth. And if you look at the image at the bottom, you'll see the words downregulate and upregulate. Downregulated is triggering the stress response of fear and uncertainty and the need to be right and following groupthink. These responses are when these energies are expressed from the other person or even from when you are expressing them yourself. So you can see that communicating from a level 3, using the energy of appreciation, inclusion, expansion, and so on, the desired outcome of upregulation. And you may think you're doing this, but maybe only with some people and not with others. You'll see on that second page a star skills image, and I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the work of Judith Glaser, and her book is at the top of the page. For good communication, we need to be paying attention to each of the 5 points. We need to build rapport. We need to listen actively without judgment or thinking of what we want to say next. We need to ask questions from a place of curiosity, not trying to make a point. Reinforcing success for others, which helps bring them into the prefrontal cortex and eliminates uncertainty. And I found this very useful when I was teaching physiotherapy students to help them understand and help their patients. Even with all these, sometimes people don't get what you're saying, so you may need to tell a story or change how you're asking the question or delivering your information. Because when clarity is achieved, the level of conversation can change, can upregulate to a level 3. I often ask my clients to write down 3 incidents as a child and 3 as an adult where they have not felt happy. They record how they felt at that time and the response that they would like to have received from their parents or significant others. It is easy then to see the pattern of our reactions and why certain words or behaviours trigger us. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Does anyone have any questions? Thank you for your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
I will now move to apologies. We have an apology from Councillor Marilla Fiso. I move that the Council accepts the apology from Councillor Marilla Fiso, seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour, aye. Against, that is carried. Move to the confirmation of the agenda. I move that the Council confirms the agenda with the following alteration, that the New Year's Eve celebration 2026 update and the supplementary agenda be taken after item 8, Homelessness Outreach Service. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Lucas. Oh, do you have a question?
Yes, I'm concerned that there hasn't been enough time for the public to see the supplementary agenda, and that I believe it's also deficient in terms of not giving options with sufficient detail, and I wonder if it's possible. In fact, I'd like to make a process change whereby we look at this issue at a later meeting when we've had time to get sufficient information. The New Year's Eve celebration is still 8 months away, and jamming this in with short notice and what I believe to be a deficient agenda I don't think is appropriate. So therefore I would move that we delay looking at the supplementary agenda to a subsequent full council meeting.
If I might, Mayor. So the report was received within the statutory deadline. I don't agree that it's deficient, but if you wish to move that the report lies on the table when it comes up at the appropriate time on the agenda, if you move it then as a procedural motion, having not spoken to it, we will see what your colleagues make of that motion.
Okay, I'll now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against?
No. Recorded, please.
Thank you. I declare that the motion is carried. Declarations of interest. Members are reminded of the need to stand aside from decision making where a conflict arose between their role as elected representative and any private or other external interests they might have. Are there any changes or updates? Therefore, I'll move that the committee notes the elected members' interest register attached as attachment A and confirms the proposed management plan for elected members' interests and notes the proposed management plan for the executive leadership team interests. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? I declare that that is carried. Confirmation of the minutes on page 15. No one has any questions? Therefore, I will move that the Council confirms the public part of the minutes of the ordinary Council meeting held on the 25th of March 2026 as a correct record. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Abstentions? I declare the motion is carried. Move on to reports on page 32, the actions from the resolutions of the Council meetings. And Ms Sandy Graham and relevant general managers will respond to questions. Does anyone have any questions? Councillor Gary.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. This is for the Chief. The grants review, and it mentions the grants subcommittee community reps in there with a general timeline of a month. Do we have a more specific timeline for the selection of the community reps?
Thank you, Councillor. The elected members on the committee have received the applications and are currently shortlisting, and I think they're scheduled to have a meeting at the end of April.
And has that been communicated to those who applied? There seems to be some confusion out in the community about the timeline for that.
I'm unsure if we have been in touch with applicants, but I can follow that up.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. On a similar vein, but in terms of the appointments to the Creative Communities scheme, I'm just wondering who, those appointments have obviously been made, I'm just wondering who those people are on that scheme, on that committee.
So I don't have that information here, but I can just find that out and I'll let you know. I'll let you all know later shortly. Yep.
Does anyone else have any questions? Therefore, I will move that the Council notes the open and completed action from resolutions of Council meetings as attached. Anyone like to speak to it? I'll second it, Deputy Mayor Lucas. Anyone like to speak to it? Therefore, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Abstentions? That is carried. I'll move to the Homelessness Outreach Service. There's a report in the confidential section of the meeting which cannot be discussed in public with this report. I'll just ask the CEO, should we go into non-public? Yeah.
Elected members, would it help if we went into non-public so you could discuss the non-public elements first before you have your substantive debate?
Okay, I'm seeing some nods, so we will move into non-public. I will move that we, oops, wrong one.
Move into non-public for the reasons outlined in the order paper.
There we go. Move to non-public for the reasons outlined in the order paper. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Against, abstentions, that is carried. Thank you.
Abstention.
The Homelessness Outreach Service, and I welcome to the table Ms Sandy Graham, Ms Nicola Moran and Ms Jill Brown, who will speak to the report. Do you have any opening comments or just straight to questions? Any questions, Councillor Chambers? Microphone.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, we got some details in our confidential discussions about what we would get for the money in the service provided by an outside provider. Some detail, not comprehensive detail. What do you think an in-house service would provide for the money that we're talking about? It's a very modest amount of money. What would you achieve with an in-service?
So the plan that was outlined in the November report identified that we would look to have 2 staff with a modest operating budget, that those staff would be in-house and be attached to, they would effectively become a team, report to me, and that they would have some integration into the other areas of council where that have touchstones with our homeless whānau. So parks, property, that sort of space. So 2 staff plus operations.
I've got Councillor Vandervis, Ong and Sims.
The 2 in-house staff that you just mentioned, what DCC in-house staff have experience in the mental health challenges that most of the homeless have?
I can't speak for all in-house staff. I can suggest that I do, but we would be hiring appropriate people.
So you would hire in 2 people with specific things from the private centre, what, as consultants or?
We'd hire them as staff members.
Councillor Ong.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Now, it is proposed we would have 2 in-house staff. At the same time, we can see it all across our community groups that we have tremendous volunteers who are dedicated to devote their time, passion and expertise. And in this case, we have a lot of expertise in these areas that is coming out of our university. Will you also allow volunteers to be complementing the paid staff?
The service, the way the service will develop has not really been identified. We are aiming initially to get staff on the ground. I would in no way, shape or form identify that we would rule that out at a future time, especially working with the university because they have a significant homelessness problem amongst their students. So it's not to be ruled out, but it's not part of the initial plan.
That's fine, but the principle there is for all of our dedicated community members that want to contribute passionately, you will consider and allow that opportunity to them as volunteers.
We can't answer that, Councillor Ong, but I can say that we could consider something like our voluntary task force green cohort.
Councillor Sims.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. The page 43, paragraph 17, you set out the differences between in-house and external in respect to the implementation speed, and you say in-house slower, external fast, ready to deliver. Could you just clarify what period of time you think that set-up period would be for the in-house? And secondly, does ready to deliver mean like push the button today, ready to go the next day from the other option?
So for us, it's a it's a recruitment process. So however long that takes. So generally, it would be 6 weeks, something like that. 3, depending on how much leave they had to, notice they had to give if they came from another organisation. So can't really answer that to detail. With regards to the external once those any negotiations had taken place and the contract had been locked down, then the preferred supplier has identified that they have some capacity, but I can't answer that specifically as to how long that would take.
Councillor Treadwell.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship, and tēnā kōrua. I have 2 questions, if I may. The first is on, so with the, if we were to choose an external option, presumably there would have to be some kind of data sharing mechanism set up. It's outlined somewhat in the report. Do we have anything like that in place for sensitive information, or would this be an entirely new thing for the council?
This would be an entirely new thing. We do have well, in my experience,
we do have mechanisms where we do share data, so but not in this space, and so but what that would look like, we would have to check. But it wouldn't be a new thing, but it would be in a different context.
And secondly, there would need to be some kind of presumably contractual oversight. They have reporting requirements. They would have reporting requirements to us. Is that something that would that capacity come from the existing team, or would that require new staff on our end?
That is something we would have to negotiate with the external provider, just to check whether or not we could free up resource internally to do that, depending on what it was, or if they had some capacity. So that would be part of the negotiations.
It's noted on page 43 that external delivery has a lower short-term risk. I was wondering if you could just expand on what the risk is there.
So lower short-term risk is that they have set systems and processes in place for some of that support work that needs to take place for people who work in the social sector, things like supervision and so on. So those are already in place. We would have to enable those.
Awesome. Thank you for the clarification.
So I've got Councillors Mayhem, Walker, Ong and Gary. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Your Worship. Following on from Councillor Treadwell's questions on page 43, the hybrid delivery model, a staged approach balancing early control with future flexibility. Could you speak a little bit more to that?
So the hybrid model is that we identify we start the process in-house and then we transition it out. Whether we transition it out to a provider or something like a trust or whatever is uncertain at this stage. But that allows for us to build up those internal relationships and those internal processes around how the public might give us notifications and how we might operate that tightly and appropriately inside the council before we transition it to an external provider or trust.
Another question. So at the moment we receive a lot of information. We have a joined up approach around our council departments about how we engage with our homeless people. Would you say that you receive a high number of maybe you could say how many contacts you might receive a week, and or how is your relationship with our local police force?
So I receive anywhere up to about 12 notices of concern or complaint per week. I have an incredibly close relationship with the police and work with them in multiple times a week. And across council we have a newly developed but an arrangement where we are beginning to identify how each of our areas, so property, parks, whatever, they deal with a homeless whānau the same way in a consistent manner, using an approach that puts the whānau at the centre. So that's work that's going on internally.
So, Ms Brown, if someone was to contact a member of the Parks Department, would that eventually come to you?
It would come to me as well, yeah.
I had another question. I've forgotten what it was right now. Maybe if I could come back.
Yeah, I'll
Sorry.
put you back on the list. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. Two questions, I think. First one's on data. It was largely answered when Councillor Treadwell asked this question, but Ms Brown, you wouldn't disagree that the collection and oversight of data in the homeless sphere is really important in terms of the larger organisation's strategic decision making, is that right?
Absolutely vital, because the only information we have at the moment to go on is the census data, and we know that is inaccurate and changes regularly.
And my second question sort of aligned to Councillor Sims's question around the time, because as he points out, one of the disadvantages in the papers of the in-house is the time it might take longer. But on the next steps page on 47, it does say that both of them would commence delivery by June 26, both the in and out house. So I'm just wondering, am I misreading that? Or, no. Okay.
That's our aim.
Councillor Ong.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I want to frame my question with the priority that ensuring job security is something that's very crucial amidst the rise in fuel costs and cost of living surge. Now, that is where on council we have a very direct role to play in ensuring job security for our council staff. If you're looking at 2 in-house staff, does that mean that we are bringing in 2 more jobs for our council to provide to our community, or we are ensuring the roles for 2 existing staff within our council to ensure the job security for our community?
The in-house proposal would require 2 additional staff.
That's providing further jobs and job security for our community and our council staff.
Fixed term contracts, weren't they? Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Tēnā korua. Several questions. Ms Brown, could you speak to the urgency of this decision? We, back in November, thought about establishing this service and didn't for a variety of reasons. There's been quite the delay. Could you speak to the urgency of us making a decision, whatever that decision might be?
It's incredibly urgent. As I've noted, the current single worker is unable to meet some of the demand for, or some of the comments that we're getting from the members of the public. We are also hearing that more people are in very tenuous living situations because of the cost of living, only exacerbated by the fuel shortages now, or the fuel prices now. So it is incredibly challenging, and ultimately we need to get help to people before winter.
Thank you for that, and that actually is a great segue into my next question, which is about that worker. So could you speak about the funding MSD that has a worker employed in this particular field of expertise?
So MSD set up a contract, a fixed term contract that expires the end of June. It could be the end of July, don't quote me on that. June or July. And that worker is a current social worker from one of our providers in the city. And MSD have advised that at this stage there is no indication that that funding will be extended. So, not trying to suggest an outcome, but it would be true to say there is expertise in the city that would be ready to go potentially, no matter what our decision. Correct.
Councillor Lund.
Just following on from that, do you think that there is a significant risk of staff turnover with this, with the council option, given that we are starting from scratch?
I think it comes down to careful recruitment, Councillor. The people who would likely apply will have a level of expertise. Obviously we're going to be looking for someone with a level of expertise in that role. So I don't know about staff turnover.
And what I'm going to add with that, because the careful recruitment is important in reflecting on the in-house model being able to be up and running by June. I think that's overly optimistic, having reflected on the recruitment that would be required. So I don't think realistically we can have gone through recruitment, necessary notice, and be up and running in June for the in-house.
Have you had any specific discussions, Ms Brown, with the likes of the night shelter and PACT about the staff turnover that they experience?
I've had regular contact with a number of providers about staff turnover, and it's fair to say that is an area, social work is an area where there is significant burnout. I have not spoken to them recently because I felt that it was a conflict.
Would you agree that there is a significant risk here around starting up the council option from scratch?
I'll get this. We've highlighted that there is a risk, but there's a risk with burnout for workers regardless of who they're employed by in this sector.
And finally, Ms Brown, you kindly showed me those figures just in the break, and I think it was 4,092 people that needed housing assistance in Otago. And I know the KPIs haven't been set, but have you got an outline you can provide the council about what council would like to see achieved after a period, 6 months?
Ultimately, we'll be focusing directly on or initially on two phases. So one would be the immediate replies to complaints or concerns, so addressing those. And the other one would be to look at those without shelter. So the 4,000 number includes those in uninhabitable housing and transitional housing and the like. So we'd be primarily focusing on those without shelter.
Just so we have an idea, but like, for example, you showed me at the break there were 933 people living in temporary shelter and 267 were actually homeless. Could we reasonably expect a reduction of 20 to 30% after a year?
I couldn't possibly make that comment because those numbers are estimates from the census, not firm numbers. And the idea of doing a count is something that we probably should look at.
Can I just ask what we discussed earlier? I don't know. I think we did it non-public about the STAR system. Is the STAR system that's something that actually captures those numbers? Because I guess with the census, homeless people are probably not filling in census, are they?
No, they're not filling in census, and the STAR is about a conversation. So anytime that conversation is started, regardless of whether it's completed, it can be caught.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Mayhem, Hall, and Gary. Councillor Mayhem.
Just going back to Councillor Gary's comments about the government employee for MSD, we've had confirmation that that contract will not be renewed. Is that correct?
Yeah, I contacted MSD last week, and that was the feedback that I had.
And that poor person was under the pump anyway, and really needed to be multiple people.
Yeah, and as an example, we had a situation just recently and he wasn't able to get there for a couple of days. Yeah.
That's a big delay. Talking about the sobering statistics, we've had mentioned 4,000 people across Otago. Those in emergency or temporary housing, 933. So would that be an accurate number of who we do think is without shelter?
The 933 number is probably more accurate because people in boarding houses, so those on tenancy agreements that are not secure, so boarding houses, people who are in things like safe house for women's refuge, and for those in transitional housing or temporary housing through an agency or a community housing provider. So those figures are probably more accurate. It's the ones that for the unsheltered, which are probably the most take with a grain of salt.
And these stats are from August last year, roughly.
And these stats are from the last census in 2023.
So we could guess that these numbers have elevated based on what we're seeing in today's newspaper around young people, couch surfing, people who are sharing a home. Currently on our DCC housing list, it's more than 200, and on the MSD waiting list, closer to 400.
Yeah, that's correct. And anecdotally, we've heard from both our agencies and places like the OUSA where they are seeing an increase in numbers. Yep.
I wondered if you could just speak a little bit to the hidden statistics which are around predominantly women and maybe that even younger group of people.
Yeah, so women over 55 are in all of the Western world, according to research, are an at-risk group, and they have a tendency to hide their homelessness really, really cleverly. So they couch surf a lot or stay with family. Obviously, in some cases, if the family is in a overstretched situation, then that becomes a whole health issue, because then you get overcrowded situations, which I'm sure they can bring some pretty nasty implications. But yeah, over 55-year-old women have a tendency to hide themselves very well. So they are a group of our homeless that we need to get some assistance to, but we have to find them.
So we heard in a previous meeting from the night shelter that when women present themselves to the night shelter, things have gone really badly for them to be at that point.
Yeah, that's correct. The night shelter is a fantastic resource. They have 12 beds, so it depends on who turns up first as to who gets them, because obviously you can't put a male in with a female. So yeah, women in this city are underrepresented in the night shelter statistics.
Councillor Hall and Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you for sticking with us. While we make this decision, we will get there. I hope the fact that we're all keen for this is uplifting. My two questions are related, as always, to the data. If the council will still be held accountable by the public for whatever model we choose, does it not make sense to keep that service closer to the council rather than further away, so we have access to the data in-house to make the best use of it?
I can't make a judgment on which way you're going to go, but the data will be important.
To that, the report says that in-house offers higher data access and system insight. How important is it that the council wants to understand what is actually happening on the ground and shape its wider homelessness response over time?
So one of the things is
Microphone.
One of the things as an example that we're looking at for data collection is the fact that we could create a hotspot map. So if an outreach worker goes somewhere, finds someone, sees a tent, whatever, we can mark it on a map, and then we can not only send services there, but if it turns out to be a place where people congregate, then we can send services, we can put toilets, we can put rubbish bins, so it starts to do that sort of more strategic space. We also, with the data, can identify what is lacking in our city, so things like as I may have shown in a previous presentation, previous report, the initial indications from the outcomes star are things around belonging in relationships. So that tends to suggest, if that trend continues, that tends to suggest that we need to think about how we might fund community spaces or bump spaces, or so it starts to inform some of that those decisions that we make as a council.
That's really great to hear, and it's good to think about us having more access to data that allows us to put the services where they're needed, because the homeless people don't fill out the census forms, so we miss them. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Ms Brown, my question is around integration of information, and I wondered if you could speak to this possibility. So if we chose external over in-house, are you still going to get the contact from the public? Are they still going to come via us? Are we a sort of a centre of those questions and concerns and complaints?
I think we would always be that. The other little point here is that we often have homeless whānau come into the Civic Centre, and where available, I go down and talk to them and assist them to do what they need to do. So I think there will always be elements of coming into us, and especially I would not foresee that people would go straight to a provider in the short term.
So thank you, that's a helpful answer to understand, and I didn't know that you did that, so that's really helpful to understand. And I'm thinking, and this will sound strange, I'm thinking of the model of film, for example, where having an in-house person in that role, that relationship across all the departments has been pivotal to the success in that particular sector. Now I know that's a very different area, but can you speak to the importance of those relationships across council for you in terms of, at the current time, and if we chose an in-house model, coordinating responses?
So up until recently, all our groups within council have dealt with homelessness in a different way, in different ways, and so we have started to create we've created a combined approach which includes everybody from parking and dogs right through to building services and everybody. So everybody is now involved in that process where we have somebody who is exhibiting homelessness or is squatting or whatever. So that has been absolutely instrumental.
Could you tell us a little bit more about that, just in brief?
So, for example, if somebody comes or a notice of concern comes into Parks, as an example, Parks would contact me and we would have a discussion around how it might be best to approach that, whether it's to send the outreach worker or whether it's to send a security worker. It might have been a security worker that found that person initially. And we would create a plan for how we would deal with that. And if we needed to include others, we would have a sit down and talk about a specific person and what we were going to do as a group. So, we've had numerous meetings like that of all of the appropriate people talking about one particular case. In some cases, that has led to aiding people to get to the services that they require. In other cases, it has led to a trespass notice. It just sort of depends, but it's being done as a group now.
And finally, if I may, Your Worship, it would be true, would it not, that for some of our homeless whānau, there are really complex needs which involve addiction and mental health in particular issues, and that needs to be approached from a point of expertise and skills. Would that be the case?
Yeah, addiction in our homeless whānau is about 37% of our homeless whānau have addiction issues. Mental health slightly higher than that. Some have both, some have none. So there is also work going on in a cross-agency frontline workers group, and that includes people from mental health and addiction and a number of providers. So any really tricky case would go to that.
Thank you for your mahi.
I just have a question around the housing action plan, and I seem to recall that homelessness was kind of like a sentence in that, and I just wondered if you could give me an update on where the housing action plan is at and whether we actually have a specific targeted homelessness action plan.
No, we don't, and we don't even have one as a country. Homelessness in the first implementation plan of the housing plan was just a sentence. In the second implementation plan, it was significantly more. It makes up probably about 50% of my work now.
So does the homelessness implementation plan, sorry for my bad memory, does that come to council once a year, or how does that work?
The action plan generally, or the implementation plan generally comes every 6 months to a committee. The new implementation plan will be coming this year because it expires in 2026.
And I'm just curious about how we work that in with the funding. So obviously we're going through an annual plan process, and this is sort of outside the annual plan process, adding extra to the funding. So if we have a homelessness implementation plan, how does that fit in with the decision making and funding cycle?
Beg your pardon, we don't have a homelessness implementation plan. It's just part of the housing
action plan
implementation.
Yeah, but if there's any actions in there that require funding, does that come up or not?
Yeah, it's included in budgets, yeah. But the outreach service is not included in budget.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem, then Councillor Ong.
Thank you very much. We heard that the focus would be on an immediate response and people without shelter, first of all, if we were going to do an in-house delivery. The positives here are integration with our council systems, greater operational control and accountability. Councillor Hall mentioned that data, which we love so much. A development of internal capability and system insight. I think Mayor Sophie was alluding to that a little bit. Strong alignment with our long-term strategic influence. I'm a long game person, and I see all of these benefits in us keeping this in-house. I wondered if you could tell us about your national governance role that you connect with the other homelessness programs in the nation.
So I am the convener chair of the national group Te Kāru, which is a group of council staff across the country who work in the homelessness space. We meet every 6 weeks online, and it's fair to say that we share a lot of data and we actually catch each other's blind spots, which is fantastic. I'm also I do presentations around the city and have done national presentations, including one coming up with Taituara.
In our papers, it lists one of the disadvantages as resourcing and organisational focus, but from what you've just told me, it seems that there's a wealth of resources that can be shared around other councils in the nation. And we've talked about workforce capability, but you've also suggested that anybody applying for a role, it would be an expectation that they come from a background where they're a professional in the mental health and social work field, correct?
Correct.
Councillor Ong.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Now, in our role as councillors and governors, it means that we are responsible and we see all across the scope of our city. I would say everything connects together. I recognise that we have the considerations of alcohol dependency that our homelessness need assistance with and for us to support in addressing. Do you see that this connects together in the same way I believe it does with our alcohol harm minimization policy? And so in that case, doing this in-house is very much connected with the other decisions that we do have to make. Is that the case?
I can't speak to the alcohol harm reduction policy because I haven't seen it, but I can say that if we can create a significant stack of data, then that will allow us to challenge central government for additional services. At this moment, pretty much anything south of Christchurch seems to be being ignored.
But very simply, it is coming to our direct role in local government here, and that is to say, we as governors will provide our governance on other areas that connect very directly in what we're doing and seeking to do, possibly in-house here. Do you see that as being the case?
Thank you, Councillor Ong. I'll answer that. I think any data will assist Council in making their decisions.
Right, we have a suggested or a motion that Councillor Sims wishes to put, and I will second. We have that up on the... I'm just going to ask if anyone has, now that it's up there, does anyone have any questions related to the motion that they would like to ask? Councillor Sims.
Thank you, and thank you again, Ms Moran and Ms Brown. I noticed that the option to external delivery is expressed paragraph 25. An external delivery model allows the service to be implemented quickly using an established provider with existing capability, systems and sector relationships. This reduces the short-term risk and provides early delivery certainty, although it involves less direct council control and relies on contractual mechanisms for oversight and integration. Are you still happy that that adequately reflects option 2?
Sort of verging on an opinion question, I guess. I think that they would say. I think that they would probably say that the information that they put in the paper is still relevant.
Thank you.
Sorry for answering for you, but Councillor Mayhem.
In a previous meeting, when David from the night shelter came to see us, he actually said that the busiest time for the shelter is after winter, beyond June, that a lot of our homeless people tend to hunker down in the winter months. So although there would be a delay to delivering this in-house, I still think that the long-term goal would be met and greater control within the council. Would you agree with Mr. David's...
I think you're asking for opinion. You have to be careful about that.
Oh no, I just wonder if you know for a fact that that you know people do hunker down in winter and the demand is greater in the springtime.
In my experience, they hunker down over winter.
Councillor Hall, then Councillor Walker.
What if I might to say that I disagree with this, and I think we should take the order on here where it starts with number 1, in-house first. So should we vote on in-house first?
Procedural.
I'll just explain the procedure, councillor. So it's free for any councillor to move anything at any time. So the paper only has options. And in this case, you've got a motion that has been accepted by the Mayor and has a mover and a seconder. So the order, procedurally, this is what should happen.
Councillor Walker, then Councillor Mayhem.
Yeah. Further to that, I'd just like to indicate if this fails, I will be moving option 1.
Thank you.
And I was going to say that, and I'll second him.
Thank you. No more questions. Councillor Sims, would you like to speak to this?
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. Like most young children growing up in Dunedin in the 70s, I played cricket and football at the Kensington Oval. It was always cold at the Kensington Oval, always. When the wind blew from the south, whether the wind blew from the south off the Antarctic or the east off the harbour, it was cold. What I never expected to see in my hometown was people living in tents on the Kensington Oval, in doorways on George Street, or in old cars, not in Dunedin. A homeless outreach service is not a silver bullet, but it is a significant step forward. This is a hard problem, a really, really hard problem. When Claire and I decided to help with the rebuild of the Dunedin night shelter, and following an announcement by the Dunedin night shelter, a parent approached Claire at the gates of Columba College. "I don't know why you're doing that," she said. "You're wasting your money. These people do not want to be helped," she said, before the woman retreated to the safety of her BMW X5 Motorsport with optional heated and ventilated seats. Councillor Lund suffered a similar response resulting from his social housing initiative in central Dunedin. Tomorrow, this council will get the same response from some parts of our community. I asked David McKenzie, the manager of the Dunedin Night Shelter and one of God's appointed representatives on earth, "David, how many of the homeless whānau are living that way by choice?" He thought about it for a while and he replied, "About 5. He named some of them. He said, "Andrew, do you really think people live in a shop doorway in Dunedin in the winter by choice?" I felt stupid. Organisations such as the Dunedin Night Shelter, Catholic Social Services, Presbyterian Support, the Salvation Army, PACT and many other exceptional social services are already making an effort in this space. Against them is the background of reduced mental health and social support services from central government, a worsening cost of living crisis, a lacklustre job market, and a society which increasingly tolerates people being left behind. A homeless outreach service is one step forward that this council can take, and it is heartening that this council voted unanimously in November to support this service. It is my belief that the fastest and most effective method of providing a homeless outreach service for Dunedin is in partnership with an established social service provider. They are already operating in this space, some of them 24 hours a day, 365 days of the year. They know the challenges, they know the people, and most importantly, they already have the trust of the homeless whānau. They have significant existing resources, capability, and sector relationships which will allow them to be much more effective, much more quickly. Importantly, they are offering to provide this service with their eyes wide open. It makes less sense for me for the Dunedin City Council to set up a homeless outreach service from scratch, with a significant lead time required to establish the service, recruit and train staff, build the trust of the homeless, and deal with all of the complexities of setting up a new service. In my view, that would be the best option if this council believed that it could do a significantly more effective job than any of the established and trusted providers, or could deliver the service significantly cheaper. The papers put in front of this council today claim neither of those outcomes from an in-house delivery model. The hybrid model proposed as option 3 is inefficient. An enormous amount of setup work would be required to then be handed over to an external partner to pick up. There is no guarantee that the staff would transfer, and again, there is nothing in the papers that would convince me that this would be more effective or cheaper than partnering with a trusted existing provider. This is a clear case where council partnering with an established trusted provider will yield a better result more quickly and with less risk to the council. That's why I'm asking you for your support for option 2, the external delivery of a homeless outreach service for Dunedin. Thank you.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Your Worship. We're not debating whether the service matters. We have already agreed that it does. What we're deciding on now is how we're going to give it the best chance for success. And for me, success is not about getting something up and running quickly. Success is building something durable, accountable, and properly connected to the wider system. We need something that we can see the whole board and play the whole board, not just move a single piece. If we're serious about reducing homelessness in Dunedin, then this service should not sit at arm's length from the council. It should sit close to the rest of the work we already do across housing, community wellbeing, policy, planning and partnerships. This report is clear that the in-house delivers gives the council stronger control, stronger integration and better direct access to data and insight. That should make us stop and think before assuming that simply contracting this out will deliver the change we're all hoping to see. This is about more than setting up a service. This is about building a response that is joined up, responsive and able to shape the wider system over time. If council is funding this service, if council is going to be held accountable for it, and if the costs are broadly similar across the options, then I believe the council should keep its hands firmly on the wheel. This is why I support in-house delivery. Thank you.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor Hall. I concur with your words there. I've got a problem. I've got a big heart and I've got a lot of empathy. I haven't had a privileged upbringing. Growing up, my mum did such a magnificent job. I never realised we were poor. I thought we were resourceful. If I see someone on a park bench near our car park, I can't turn away. I have to ask their name. I have to say, look, you're shivering, why don't you go somewhere warm, like our library services? One thing I neglected to talk to Ms Brown about today was how incredible the library networks are across the city. And I remember as a young solo mother living in an old cold house, my favourite place to go was the Blueskin Library because it had underfloor heating where I could take my toddlers and know on the days that Play Centre wasn't open, I could keep them warm because my house was an icebox. I know that in a good news story in the newspaper recently, we read about a gentleman, Sam, 72, uplifted by his family from Northland, one of 18 children. He asked for a couple of days to spend more time in the city so that he could go and thank people. And do you know where he went? He went to the library and he thanked all of the library staff for the incredible care that they had provided. Oh, the library, it's part of the council network. What a surprise. What a surprise that we try to look after our vulnerable people in the city. I can't turn away. I fill up a food pantry in my community. I live rurally. I've given a raincoat, a thermos, a tent and food to somebody who was sleeping rough, rurally. 30 years ago, when I travelled around New Zealand with a circus, I saw children turning up to school with no shoes on and no lunch boxes in Ngarawahia and places like Flaxmere. That was 30 years ago. I never thought I'd come back here to my hometown Dunedin and see homeless people sleeping on park benches. Right in under our noses, a gentleman sleeping in his ute with his dog. Right under our noses, a person 12 years old who's been sleeping in the streets. I'm not going to name names. I can't turn away from these people. I have conversations with them of an evening in the Octagon. I give them money. My family have forbidden me to spend more than $20 in my own form of outreach. But if I see someone with no shoes on, I'm going to chase them down the road and I'm going to offer to buy them a pair of shoes because I cannot turn away. We have a problem. We've got a problem nationally and our government is doing nothing to address this. I think that we all at this table have an onus, a duty of care to our vulnerable citizens. They may not be ratepayers in the traditional sense, but we are speaking today from a place of extreme privilege. And when I walk from the car park to my office and I see someone in the Harrop Street park bench, I stop and talk to them and I ask them if I can help connect them to our outreach services. If I can speak to my colleagues, do you know, it's one thing to give your money to the night shelter, but it's another thing to walk past me talking to that person on the park bench when you're hurrying to the office, and when you own a business on George Street, to think it's okay to ring the police every day on somebody who's obviously drunk in the daytime. But if you talk to that person about why they're drunk and they tell you about the horrible things that happened to them when they were only 3 years old, and the reason they drink is because otherwise they would cry themselves to sleep at night, you would understand that we have a horrible problem in this nation, particularly a problem for our men who struggle to talk about their feelings. In my community, there were 2 suicides this week of incredible people, the last people that you would ever expect to take their own lives. But we've got a problem. We've got a problem nationally, we've got a problem in our city about how we reach out to people and how we support their mental health. We've got some incredible networks within the city, and I don't think that our community outreach person, Miss Brown, was saying that she would not work with those networks. Orange Sky is being established here to take care of laundry and showering needs for our vulnerable. We've got a crisis clinic that just established itself in North East Valley. We've got Weka, Wellness, Empathy and Kindness, Aotearoa, that run regular drop-in sessions for people about how they can take care of their mental health. There is the bedding bank lady, Janine, who I cannot speak more highly of. What a legend she is. She may not be an expert or a trained person, but she has an incredible rapport with the people on the street. I'm proud to say that they know my name and they say hello to me, and I'm prepared to give out hugs. Do you know, I don't care how much a person smells or how unsavoury they are, because I can walk a mile in their shoes, or barefoot, as the case may be. I'm sorry, but I'm going to keep on going and giving food to those tents on the Oval until there are no tents on the Oval. I know that some people say, and it was in Mr Sim's speech,
you need to wrap it up, Mandy.
People choose to live on the streets. Well, that's because they don't trust society. It's because they don't feel safe. It's because we've let them down. We've let our children down. We've let the city down, and I cannot turn away. I'm sorry.
There's no need to be sorry. Thank you, Mandy. Councillor Walker, then Councillor Weatherall, Lund, Chambers, on.
Yep, thank you. Perversely, we have a good problem here because we all agree around this table that something needs to be done. In fact, we voted, as others have pointed out, unanimously for action. But we need to make a clear decision now, here, today. And the best time to have done this decision has already passed. So let's get on with this and better protect those at risk. Many times around this table, I've heard councillors highlight the fact that homelessness has increased in the city, and it has, of course. And I've heard councillors and city residents talk about issues with tents at the Oval and rough sleeping in other parts of the city. So in light of this, let us remember, importantly, that people experiencing homelessness often face multiple overlapping challenges that require targeted and specialised support. We've talked about outreach services a number of times previously, and the fact that they play a practical and necessary role in supporting people who are often missed by traditional systems. They are vital in terms of connecting with individuals who might otherwise go without help, and reduce risks linked to rough sleeping, poor health, and sadly unsafe conditions. A good outreach service should treat people with dignity and respect, while at the same time helping them access the services they need. And I think we all understand that. Just as importantly, they act as a bridge, making it easier for people to move towards stable housing, better health, and greater independence. And I'm sure we all want that. Without an outreach service, many vulnerable people will remain unseen and unsupported, and none of us, as I say here, want that. What we do want to work towards is that goal of functional zero homelessness, as indicated in our own Otapoti Dunedin housing plan. I was previously a supporter of the service being in-house, and that is still my stance. Why? As indicated in the report, in-house delivery gives us greater control, integration, and long-term system capability, and of course utilises the existing skill and knowledge base built up by Miss Brown, but with added support. In essence, with in-house, we get strong integration with council systems. And listen, guys, relationships across council should never, ever be underestimated. And I think Councillor Mayhem alluded to that very, very clearly. We get greater operational control and accountability, development of internal capability and systems insight, and strong alignment with long-term strategic influence. And that, again, should not be underestimated. The only potential downside, according to the report, is that this may take more time to get going, and a slightly longer setup is perhaps worth it, in my mind, to avoid the downsides of taking it in-house. Although in answer to my question, and as indicated in the papers, it does seem that the setup time or the kick-off time for both is at exactly the same date. So to reiterate, I think the benefits of keeping it in-house should be to prevent double or triple handling of complaints and concerns. And again, that's obviously going to be a valuable saving for our staff. Also to prevent losing oversight of data. And we talked a lot about that data collection, not only in the confidential breakout we had, but also in the questions to staff. That data is obviously needed for us to drive those strategic decisions and making, and particularly things around where we place toilets, where we place rubbish bins, etc., etc. Let's not reduce collaboration between internal teams and contractors, for example, Armoured Guard with an external provider, and let's not create challenges around privacy, because those challenges are and will be, in my mind, real. The list is long and it goes on. In closing, I think it's important for me to mention that we should not lose sight of what underpins this decision. That is, we have many desperate people in desperate situations in this city of Otapoti, Dunedin, and those people need help and support and hope, and they need it now.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. The hybrid option adds complexity. The in-house options add risk and lack any chance of flexibility, in my opinion. So it's crystal clear. The external option will deliver the best hit the ground running response to support the homeless crisis, which is becoming more normalised by the day. Homelessness does require empathy from all ratepayers who are often wrongly referred to as entitled or privileged for owning their own homes or businesses. Yet they are the very people who are going to be funding this initiative, so the least we can do as entitled councillors is to show accountability and provide the ratepayer maximum results for the dollars we will be spending. And yes, as a business owner on George Street, I will continue to phone the police if people are not abiding by the law, when the public are feeling threatened or scared by homeless people. If we get this wrong, it won't be because we don't care. It will be because we chose the wrong way to deliver. Core council business should not try to replicate existing community providers who already have the trust, experience and relationships for those in need. Council's focus should simply focus on outcomes, not ownership. Don't think for a second Council's funding in this space is going to fix the problem of homelessness. It's simply going to help manage the problem. I'll be more than happy to support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Lund.
There's no doubt that we all agree there's a huge problem and needs urgent action, and today we're going to make some progress. That's really commendable, but I would warn about unrealistic expectations. Ms Brown has pointed out the extent of the problem. We are not going to solve this in a year or 2 years. But first I want to thank Councillor Sims for the concept of a homeless outreach service, because he first proposed this idea during his campaign in August and September 2025. And then, and what may have been an amazing coincidence, a motion was before council that month to set up the very same service. And I would also note that Councillor Sims has done more than anybody at this table to assist the homeless. That's my firm belief. His leadership to expand and improve the night shelter, it deserves the highest accolades. Now, I'd just like to quote, as Councillor Sims did, the summary that Council prepared at paragraph 25, and it said that using an established provider with existing capability, systems and sector relationships reduces short-term risk and provides early delivery certainty. That's good enough for me. I support this. And it's known that I've had serious reservations about the process. And CEO Graham today has acknowledged that there has been flaws in that process. The clear understanding was, as we've discussed, that we would receive a report on the options, and we did not.
Just one moment. I think that isn't correct.
Well, that's been on the public. It's been on the front page of the ODT, and so I think we can safely assume that's.
No, I'm asking. I will just call a point of order on that. Let me just find the number.
I'll just take a 2-minute adjournment. Thank you, Councillor Mayhem.
We've had a lot of emotions running high today and around this table. You know, we don't get a free pass from the Local Government Act. We have to abide by the section 77 and 79 of that Act, which requires councillors to consider options. And there is a precedent that states that presenting one option to council from council staff comes perilously close to lawful subjugation. And so we know that, we know the process has been flawed, and we need to improve.
Point of order, there are three options presented in the paper. I would say that was misrepresentation, 25.2.d.
Yes, I'll uphold that. Can you withdraw that comment, please, Councillor?
I'm happy to amend that there were three options, that's correct. But what I would say is that even without this legal imperative, we want to do the right thing. We want to act in a fair and objective manner to people who participate in council processes. And in this regard, we are not in a business as usual situation. We've got council competing, in effect, for the same service as private providers. So we need to be like Caesar's wife. We need to be above suspicion and to be seen to be fair and objective. In summary, I agree that the homeless need help now. The in-house option is not going to achieve that, and I'm happy to support this option.
Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I was planning to vote in favour of option 1 to retain the service in-house, so I won't be supporting this motion. I believe that we have an expert in Ms Brown who's been working in this area for many years and has had a vision of setting up this internal team of experts to work in the area of homelessness and outreach for those who are most disadvantaged, and also work across all agencies, both governmental and charitable, to provide and develop a homelessness service. I think that's a good vision to have. I've looked at what's happening around the country, and this very much echoes what's happened in Wellington, where they've set up an outreach service in Wellington with 2 expert social workers employed by the council who are working across all agencies. But they've gone beyond that. They have in addition allocated targeted funding to named charitable agencies, city missions, etc., substantial sums of money to actually give to those agencies to work alongside their council team to address this issue. And when you look at a national picture in Hamilton, Auckland, Christchurch, and included in Wellington, government funding has also been allocated to this problem of homelessness. $30 million has been allocated between those 4 cities to address homelessness. None of that money is coming south of Christchurch. So the government's contributing significant work to in this area, but which we are not benefiting from. So our council has to do what it can. So I was supporting the in-house service to be provided, and I would also support some more further unbudgeted allocation of money to support the charitable agencies in our city to work with our council to solve this problem as best we can, as soon as we can.
Councillor Ong.
Thank you, Your Worship. Our council that we serve as elected members is our home. It is our home that we can see, or we can ask to see, as and when we want to, what is within our home. And that is what I see that this in-house option represents. Now, there may or may not be better alternative homes, but we would need to view and inspect these homes, and that would take time of our elected members, and we have not been afforded that opportunity yet to view and inspect those homes. So, when we think about all that we need to deliver, all that I and everyone else wants to deliver for our community, there's a tremendous amount of time that is required to deliver all that we can. And so our time is of value to our community. And we have right here what we do know, or we can know, which is our home of our council and the home of our community members, and the home that is owned by our community members, which is our city council. And as we know, we are seeing the cost of living surge, the surge in fuel costs that's affecting all across our community. That's outside of our control, outside of our country's control. But what is well within our city council's control is to ensure the job security of each and every one of our community members, and the role of city council in growing jobs for our community and to ensure that each and every one of our council staff that are serving us, we say to them, we are serving you. As elected members, we are serving you to ensure that you have ease of mind right now. When you see the cost of living surge that's affecting you directly, and you see the proposed rate rise that is coming out, that will also affect each and every one of you who is serving us very dedicatedly, we are going to do all we can to ensure that you have the ease of mind, the job security, and the provision of more jobs that we can provide in City Council and that we can provide right here, right now, through this in-house option. And that is more than providing jobs. It is providing those volunteer opportunities to the same dedicated and passionate community members that serve all across our volunteer groups. And that's to say, we know we have a great amount of talent and expertise in social work that is right at our university and polytechnic doorstep. And that is to say to those passionate volunteers, we have the means right here, in-house, come and volunteer with our staff that we are creating more jobs for in our City Council. And then we look at all that we do and we think, what is our role as governors and councillors? And that is to say, we see all across the scope of our city. We see how one thing very clearly connects to another. And that is to say, I see it, we see it in the streets. Those who are homeless also need assistance from us, and that's also in terms of alcohol dependency. We know that very clearly. Sometimes it is not just the matter of providing the home. It is also that long-term assistance to help, and that's a long-term task. And that also connects with the role that we have in local government as governors, in the policies that we have and the tools that we have in local government in alcohol harm minimization policy. And that connects with everything else that we do, because our public safety and our police are also guided in that way in what local government does. Our police are also guided in how local government and City Council interprets the Crown policies on policing of homelessness. That is something that has been presented to us right here in the past number of weeks. And I have one final point, which is to say some councillors have made a point on, or made an opinion, their own personal opinions on central government.
Thank you. Time is up. Councillor Treadwell.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. I would like to applaud Councillor Sims for putting forward this motion and being solutions focused in this regard. And I'd also like to give my thanks to Councillors Sims and Mayhem for sharing their anecdotes and their experiences with our homeless community. I don't think there's anyone in the room who won't be having a strong emotive reaction to this vote. I also really just want to quickly mihi Jill Brown and acknowledge her work. She's been working on exploring this idea for at least 4 years, and in her we have an exceptional organiser and advocate in this space. What we are looking at is a comparison between the external, internal or hybrid models. Councillor Sims has put forward that an external model would be the quickest and most effective way that we can help the homeless community. I would agree perhaps on the quickest, but I would disagree on the most effective. A homeless outreach service isn't a standalone organisation. It's not a silver bullet, as has been recognised. But what it is a connector of people who need help with the various organisations and systems which can provide them with that. As a council, we have unique and direct connections with the parks team, with the police, with the hospital, with our own internal teams, social housing providers, of which we are the second largest in the city after Kainga Ora, with the University and Polytechnic, which I'd like to note just because homelessness is rising among our young people, And so in that way we have a specific place that actually can't be replicated by external services, despite having had some very strong applications. Additionally, an external service, no matter how well prepared they are, it's not going to be a push button and they can start tomorrow. There'll have to be a negotiation period, and we'll be setting up some kind of way, and this will be novel to a degree, of getting the information into council and distributing that in those services. So there's that setup period and ongoing work to monitor that. It adds an additional layer of handling to this important data. As Ms Brown has said, the data is very important. It'll be informing our services going forward, how we develop aspects of the city, developing a heat map, which seems like an eminently sensible idea about how we can provide services going forward. While we continue to treat housing as a commodity rather than a human right, unfortunately homelessness is going to be part of the city into the foreseeable future. So equipping ourselves with this data to inform how we develop the city is the best way that we can prepare that. So I see the internal option as the best in terms of being long-term, in terms of being strategic, and in terms of being the most effective. So while I applaud, again, Councillor Sims for his proactive, solution-focused attitude here, I won't be supporting this motion. Ka mihi.
I'll speak now as I seconded the motion, as I believe that having read all of the papers, read the expression of interest carefully, I was convinced that the expertise and the oversight for an immediate start was there. I also believe that this is the most effective method of the delivery service. I also asked questions around the housing action plan and whether that had been updated specifically to address homelessness, and I don't think this council has had that plan in front of it and the opportunities at a governance and strategic level to look at how do we address homelessness in our city. And I think one of the key things that we need to talk about is homelessness, that we don't have homes for people, and how do we address that. The outreach service is useful to connect with providers that are there, but one of the challenges is, do we have the homes? And I think that's what we do need to focus on. As Ms Brown said, is incredibly urgent and challenging, and my belief is that we already have established, experienced social service providers who can get out there in the fastest and most effective way. They've also built up the trust with the homeless whānau, and they are connected, they have deep expertise and capabilities already, a large number of staff. I'm just trying to think whether that was asked in confidential or not, or how I can phrase that, but if there is an emergency, that they have a lot of staff to call on as well to deliver that support. Also the established relationships that they have, and we did go into confidential and we did discuss the provider there, and I feel very satisfied that the provider would provide the depth of experience, connections, and working with the police, working with council to look after our homelessness. We all see it every day on our streets, and it is not okay. I remember what Councillor Mayhem talked about, the people that people walk past as well, and I know that there is someone that is, I see it near our car park as well, and I know that is distressing for many people in our community, not the least, of course, the homeless people who have to live that life in our city, and we do want to be a city that cares and a city that looks after our most vulnerable. I think one of the councillors talked about our duty of care to vulnerable people, and we do have that duty of care, and here we are not debating whether we do that, because that was the unanimous decision. It is about the how, and my belief is that it is better delivered out of council with an established provider that has been working in this area for a very long time. Councillor Gary, then Councillor Vandervis.
Thank you, Your Worship. My view is that we should have made this decision last November. And quite frankly, that frustrates me. It is important that we make a decision today, and honestly, there is not a wrong decision in terms of the way to deliver this. We need to, as we make our decision, keep the homeless at the centre of what we decide today. And we have the government to thank for the rise in homelessness, quite frankly, and the addition of the move on orders has been incredibly confronting. It's very bleak out there. We've heard that women over 55 hide homelessness really well, and their situation in terms of homelessness is on the rise. We hear about the numbers of young people, which is very alarming, who are homeless. We also know that needs are complex with our homeless whānau. There being addiction issues and mental health issues. I sit on the board of Ashburn Clinic, and I know from the fact we have a dedicated service there just how incredibly complex those matters are and the skills required to address them. And that won't be through volunteers. Great work volunteers do, but that will not be addressed by volunteers. I want to acknowledge the work of various organisations who work in this space across the city and the Otago Housing Alliance. And can I just say that alliance holds Ms Brown with great respect, as we should. So I won't be supporting this motion because I believe an in-house model is what we need to be doing. Yes, we need 2 staff. This requires us to find the skills. We know that we have extraordinary skills in Ms Brown and a platform to begin from because she's already established the relationships across the city with the organisations, and we also know she's established across council relationships that are really valuable, working in a coordinated way across council. We also know that concerns and complaints come to us no matter what, whether there'll be an external provider or not. So we don't want to have double handling there, and I believe that an in-house model provides more flexibility. It allows us more access to data. It also allows us, when we come to the likes of the LAP, to integrate what we've learnt into those kinds of policies. And just remember too, we heard how Ms Brown is the national leader for a group of staff across councils who are working in this space, and the level of respect given to her is around the presentation she makes nationally and locally. So I have confidence in our staff, and I also have confidence in the fact we have somebody employed by MSD working in the space already. That adds to the pool of people out there who may apply for the position. In the advantages of an in-house model, we see that integration, control, capability, alignment are all positive advantages. We'll be judged by our response, and as I say, there isn't really a wrong decision here, but my concern is that we get on with it, make a decision today because we know it's urgent, and remember that our homeless whānau are at the centre of our decision today.
Councillor Vandervis and Deputy Mayor Lucas.
I agree with Councillor Gary that we do have an urgent situation. It's getting very cold out there, and it is a problem which is, as Councillor Lund has pointed out, going to be very difficult to do anything about because so many organisations are already doing work in this area. The decision that we make today really is whether it's an internal or an external provision. And if you look at the internal provision, it requires us to actually hire in staff that have the appropriate knowledge and experience, which means they're both really external provisions, as I see it. The real difference is, and it's been highlighted by a number of people now, that under the council-controlled situation, there would be strong council control, and there would be the collecting of data and integrating this. I question whether the strong council control is actually going to do anything for the homeless, or our started to collect this data when external providers have been collecting this data already for decades and already have structures and staff in place ready to take the additional funding that we've already decided we're going to spend. So whether we spend it on one model or the other, the only difference that I can see is that we would be collecting data and supposedly integrating it when external providers already have been for decades. I agree with everything Mayor Barker has said in terms of the proposed motion, and won't take any more of your time, just to say that I'm obviously going to support the motion that's up on the board and thank Councillor Sims for what he's done in bringing this to a head. And also I want to thank Councillor Lund. Councillor Sims isn't the only one who's done a lot of things for homeless people around this table. Councillor Lund has, in conjunction with the Salvation Army, built 30 beautiful living spaces for people that are really in need, and I believe has another 11 being constructed as we speak. Both Councillor Sims and Lund really do know quite a bit about the issue here, and this motion, I think, is going to address it as well as we can. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I wasn't going to speak, but seeing that everybody else has spoken, I think I would like to start first by acknowledging the late former Mayor Jules Raddick, who he put the resolution and got us to the point in September to get the resolution for this homeless outreach service, and he was a champion of trying to find a solution to help the homeless, and I think I would just like to acknowledge that. And I would also like to acknowledge our colleagues, Councillor Sims, Councillor Lund and Councillor Mayhem, for all of your passion and your work in this space. And I think this council is the better for the experiences and the support that you bring around this table. And it's a complex situation, and I have a lot of frustration that, you know, we passed this resolution in September and then again in November, and now this is the end of April before we're making a decision. And I have a great deal of frustration that we have not moved quicker, and I think I've heard that collectively around the table today. And I'm intrigued in 2026, there's so much talk about the need to be the holder of data, when I thought now we're in 2026, it's so easy to share data, and I wouldn't have thought that was one of the key reasons to decide whether we were in-house or out-house. And also, I don't understand the need why we need to be the centre of control. For me, this is a decision about how the very small amount of money we can deliver the most and the quickest in this space. And for me, I'm a great believer on not replicating other things, other services, other setups that are out there. And I think the system that Ms. Brown explained has developed because we haven't had an outreach service. And I think that system is, in-house. That's the way it has developed because there's been nothing else. And I don't think that should be one of the core deciding platforms. I think by having an external provider, I think they possibly have better scaffolding to support their staff, because it will be a challenging space to work in. And the comment about triple handling of contacts. I think over time, when people get to know this is where the outreach service is based, that will change, I'm sure. And I just would like to see us something that has the best chance of success. And I believe an external provider, especially in the environment that we're moving into, when we are going to be absolutely challenged about core services. And I think by having an external provider absolutely removes a real risk of this being challenged as a core service. And that to me is, I think is a key. Thank you.
Councillor Sims, you're right to reply.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. The passion and compassion for the homeless whānau shown around this table today is heartwarming, that this council voted unanimously to act to support the Homeless Outreach Service is a credit to everybody at this table. I agree with Councillor Hall that we needed to get this right. That is why investigating the best and most effective method of delivering a homeless outreach service for Dunedin was an essential part of the process. I concur entirely with Ms Brown and Ms Moran's assessment of option 2 for the external delivery. An external delivery model allows the service to be implemented quickly using an established provider with existing capability, systems and sector relationships. I have listened to Deputy Mayor Lucas ask why the council is seeking to set up a parallel service to the established providers within Dunedin. But what we are voting on today is how we are going to deliver the service, not whether or not we are going to deliver the service. I fully acknowledge the validity of the arguments put forward by all councillors today, both for and against the external provision of the homeless outreach service. No matter the outcome, I recognise the passion and compassion of Miss Moran and Miss Brown in putting this paper forward, and in particular recognise Miss Brown's long-term advocacy for a homeless outreach service for Dunedin. Come what may today, Miss Brown, you will see that advocacy come to fruition. I agree with the councillors that have said that this is a crucial part of what this council is doing and what it will be seen to be done. But I still cannot understand why we would set out to set up a new operation with the delays and the cost and the risks involved in that versus partnering with a trusted supplier. Thank you.
I'll put this by division.
Madam Chair, could we do one separately, please, and the rest together?
So I will move 1. All those in favour say, seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. Sorry, it's all been moved together. Sorry, you've moved it. Sorry, I will put it at, sorry, I'll put 1. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? That is carried. Sorry, did you say against, Councillor Ong? We're moving 1.
Just number 1 now.
Separately, yes.
Okay, just number 1. No, I'm not putting anything.
Okay, and then we'll do the rest by division.
Councillor Chambers.
No.
Councillor Gary.
No.
Councillor Hall.
No.
Councillor Lucas.
Yes.
Councillor Lund.
Yes.
Councillor Mayhem.
No.
Councillor Ong.
No.
Councillor Sims.
Yes.
Councillor Treadwell.
No.
Councillor Vandervis.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Mayor Sophie.
Aye.
Failed 7-6.
Thank you. I move that we adjourn till 1:10. Seconded, Councillor Walker. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? That is carried. Move on. Call the meeting back to order. We are missing Councillor Lund. Now, Councillor Walker, this was your resolution and seconded by Councillor Mayhem. Would you like to speak to it?
I will, but I will keep it brief in the context of the fact that we have lots more to get through and we've obviously spent a lot of time on this already. I just want to start by congratulating the mover of the previous motion, and despite it being lost, I want to thank him for demonstrating that he really does care about homelessness and creating a service that tries to address some of the concerns he has highlighted. And as I just mentioned, I don't think it's necessary at this point for me to go through yet again what I spoke about in favour of the in-house service prior to lunch, but I will I just wanted to reiterate again that I think the one thing that we do all agree on around this table is the fact that we all care deeply about doing something for the vulnerable people who reside in this city. So hopefully in a few minutes, when we vote to pass this motion, I'd urge you to own and be proud of it. We have, I guess, taken way too long to get to this point, but let's now invest in the skill, knowledge and capability of Miss Brown and the two new people who will hopefully join her. And I think we probably all agree that Miss Brown is passionately invested in this, and to be honest, the tremendous work she does is exceptional. I have full confidence that the benefits that will accrue from the in-house service overseen by Miss Brown will leave no stone unturned in working to lessen and address the issues of homelessness in the place that we all love. So please support this motion and let's get on with this.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. It's not enough to be compassionate, you must act. The Dalai Lama said that. Supporting vulnerable people is a reoccurring theme in leadership. Homelessness issues and better housing for our residents is collective responsibility. I know our ratepayers will support this decision. The greatness of a community is most accurately measured by the compassionate actions of its members. We must progress at haste. We have limited resources and we need an integrated long-term plan, a homelessness action plan that is future focused on community wellbeing. At the moment, we do a lot of work with limited resources. We really need a focus on supporting the people with the greatest need. Advocacy, innovation and careful research. We need to be direct and take urgent action. The government, via MSD, has appointed one person until June in this kaupapa, but due to the scope of the work, we know this is not enough personnel. They are overwhelmed with the complexity of the challenges. There's health and safety issues, and clearly one person is under the pump to connect with all of those people in need, especially the most complex individuals. However, it has been incredibly successful in getting many people into homes during this period, but we've had confirmation from MSD the funding will not be continued. There are a number of incredible organisations around this city: Servants Healthcare, PARS, food banks, church groups, the bedding bank, the apartment, the newly formed Crisis Cafe, Weka and the Night Shelter. They do their best to connect to agencies. It's a huge problem, it's bigger picture stuff. We know about all the hidden stats and the number of women and young people who are sleeping rough. We've heard from our wonderful expert Ms Brown about the increased vulnerability of our young people, and for teens this is often because their home situation puts them at risk physically or mentally. Ms Brown has a holistic approach and is leading Te Karu, a national group, all involved councils across the motu working in the homeless space, sharing resources and ideas. Ms Brown has also pointed out most reports of homelessness come to the council first and then we pass the information on. It makes sense that we deliver this in-house. We're very fortunate to have such an incredible, big-hearted person at the helm. The aim is functional zero, where more people go out of homelessness than come into it. We can celebrate that Orange Sky facilities are coming to town, and as mentioned already, the joined up response across all of our departments at the DCC, one that is tactful, sympathetic, and a professional procedure for all to follow. That is to connect to services, the outsider network. Children and young people without shelter will be a priority. And from last year's Housing Alliance meeting, it was unanimous that the need for an outreach. I think we need to show leadership. I believe where there's a will, there's a way, and I very much hold a jewel in my mind, Ms. Brown's utopian vision of zero hopelessness. Unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better, said Dr. Zeus. Thank you.
Councillor Treadwell.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. I'll keep it brief because so much has already been said on this topic, but I just wanted to say where I think this will have a really material impact on the council going forward. If we cast our mind back to last triennium, there was a decision made to not advance our social housing program where there was going to be a development on Oxford Street. I think in retrospect we can see where that has contributed potentially to the problem of homelessness in the city. And it's my view that by having this data more ready and more embedded in the organisation, we'll have a more sober view of these decisions because of that. And that's why I support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Ong.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I was just asked after the vote just now, do I understand what I have done in voting against the previous motion? And I will say I understand fully what I am voting in, and I fully appreciate that in my service and my hopefully lifetime of service ahead, I will always vote according to the principles, values, and convictions that I wholeheartedly believe in. And I will say to each of us across our council table right now, that means that we will have common ground. You will have common ground with me because I vote very simply based on the principles, values, and convictions to serve our city, our community members, our council, and our council staff. And each of us are one and the same. And I will say once again, our council is our home. It is the home that we sit in right now. It is the home that we can understand. And if we don't understand, then we can ask straight away for the benefit of our community, because these are all our community and public assets. And public assets require full public transparency in everything that we do. And that is what our city council represents. It is foremost our home, and it is for each of us to make our home. Perhaps we have different opinions about it, but it is our home and our home to make as best as we can. So I want to make that very clear.
Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, obviously I'm pleased that we decided to opt for an in-house service to be delivered in this area of outreach. I'm just a little bit confused by the paragraph C and why that's in there. Clearly we wanted this service to begin as soon as possible, and I'm just not sure why we have to have that sentence in the proposal.
No, I'm sure that the right of reply will address that.
Oh, right. Okay. But I don't know what to say.
Councillor Walker, your right of reply.
I wasn't going to say anything actually, but I'm addressing that. I'm sure that every endeavour will be made to make sure that this service is in place as practicable. So, yeah. Vote by division, please.
Can we do A and B together by division and then C, D and E?
Yep. You got that, didn't you?
Yes, sorry, I just had to swap them. Councillor Chambers.
Yes.
Councillor Gary.
Yes.
Councillor Hall.
Yes.
Councillor Lucas.
No.
Councillor Mayhem.
Yes.
Councillor Ong.
Yes.
Councillor Sims.
Yes.
Councillor Treadwell,
Yes.
Councillor Vandervis,
No.
Councillor Walker,
Yes.
Councillor Weatherall,
No.
Mayor Sophie.
Yes.
Carried 9-3. It's just doing magic. Okay, resolutions C, D and E now. Councillor Chambers,
Yes.
Councillor Gary,
Yes.
Councillor Hall,
Yes.
Councillor Lucas,
Yes.
Councillor Mayhem,
Yes.
Councillor Ong,
Yes.
Councillor Sims, Councillor Treadwell,
Yes.
Councillor Vandervis, Councillor Walker,
Yes.
Councillor Weatherall,
Aye.
Mayor Sophie.
Aye.
Carried unanimously.
We're gonna go to Fortune. Yeah, cool. Because if right, we will move to item 9. We're going to do that now due to availability of staff. So they behind you. Yeah, I did have a look around before I asked you that question because they have been waiting a while. So welcome Ms. Sandy Graham, Mr. David Ward, Ms. Carolyn Canton and Ms. Anna Nilsson will speak to the report.
Councillors, I think in the interest of time, it's a noting report. So we're happy.
We've got a recommendation that we'll market the property.
Yeah, but it's a pretty straightforward report. We're happy to take questions.
Does anyone have any questions? Therefore, I will just I just want to ask a question around the evaluation criteria. So I guess it's on page 54, which talks about the evaluation criteria. And I guess going through the process, often there's a weighted criteria. So how is this weighted criteria set, and then who's going to evaluate it, or is this all the options going to come back to council?
In this instance, all of the options will come back to the council. There won't actually be a weighted attribute methodology that you would often see in a procurement, and that's because we're in a unique situation. You're going to have to be comparing different proposals that will have different considerations, so a weighted attribute methodology wouldn't work here.
Councillor Sims and Councillor Vandervis.
Thank you. Mayor Sophie, and thank you for your work so far on this. I think it's slightly covered in the papers, but how do you intend to deal with the real estate agent in a situation where the proposals may not be necessarily highest price?
Just out of batteries. We're proposing that we'd use a commercial real estate agent where they can bring the leads to us, and we'll potentially look at a fixed price model for that. But if it is a social or a community-minded proposal, they're not required to go through the agent.
Councillor Vandervis.
Yeah, just further to the statement that it's going to be through a request for proposals process. You've said that you're going to have an agent on the one hand and then direct access on the other. How are you going to cast your net to bring proposals forward?
I guess that's the benefit of taking a multi-pronged approach. The commercial agent's going to have access to a larger database than we do, and there's chances that they know people that we don't know about that are looking for a property where 231 Stewart Street might be suitable. Then I guess on the flip side, if you like, is the more socially orientated proposals. We would propose to market on Gets through our own website and potentially a couple of other marketing tools as well, papers or press.
So when you say other marketing tools, are you going to sort of advertise the place for sale?
Yes. Absolutely. We're going to advertise a request for proposal, and I think, like Carolyn outlined, it's not necessarily going to be apples with apples. There'll be a whole, well, in my best case scenario, there'll be a whole series of proposals for the property, which will be for council to choose which direction it wishes to take.
And I think you'll find that the prominence of the property and the media coverage that we're getting, thanks Mr Miller, will ensure that it's widely promulgated in the community.
Okay, happy to move when time comes.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Tēnā koutou. Could I ask if I know the report was done the condition report was done in 23-24, but it says Fortune Theatre on the front, and as we know, the Fortune Theatre was a company, not a venue. So can we make sure, as we go through the agent and the process, that it is very clear this is 231 Stewart Street? It's really important, in my view, that we do that, and I know you did on the report, and thank you.
Absolutely.
Councillor Simms.
I just want to take issue with that last question, really, in respect to the Fortune Theatre. I see some significant value in the branding of that building. People understand what it is. If you go to market with 231 Stewart Street or discuss that, that doesn't mean anything to anybody, whereas Fortune Theatre immediately brings back memories of times that we visited there. And very specifically, are you aware of any legal restrictions against, for instance, if somebody was going to convert it into high-end apartments, that they couldn't call it the Fortune Apartments, for instance? Are you aware of any legal restrictions that would prevent the use of that term?
I think we'd have to check on that point at the time. I'm not aware at the moment, but I would have to go away and just check what legal rights are, what intellectual property rights there are over that terminology. Can I ask just a follow-up question, staff? It's 231 Stewart Street. Will the marketing also include formally the Fortune Theatre? So I think that probably covers off the issue. But is that what we're planning? Yes, it is.
Councillor Lund.
Ms Nielsen, further to our timely meeting this morning, did you have a chance to find out the rent information regarding rents that we received, hopefully from 2000 when the theatre was bought to when it ceased to operate in 2017?
Yes, it was. The Folk and Finance have advised that from 2008, I couldn't go back any further than that it was approximately 2,800 per month in rent received from the Fortune Theatre Company, and a total of 339,000 received over that period.
If I could ask you just to double check that, because I did get some quite different figures just later this morning from the previous general manager. He'd indicated that they paid $70,000 in 2011 and that about the figure that you just mentioned in 2017, because it does the point being that if Mr Smith, the general manager, is correct, we've actually made a very significant amount of money already on the Fortune Theatre, which would be in excess of $800,000 if he's correct.
Yes, I can double check that.
And if he is right, and if on average the rent was around $40,000 to $50,000 a year, would you not agree that that was a very high return for a building that the council bought for $200,000?
I wouldn't want to comment on that until I've looked into the background, sorry.
That's fair enough. But would you agree that the council did not do a lot of maintenance in the time that it owned the building? That's certainly the feedback we've had from previous Fortune Theatre staff, and this is no criticism of you, it's just stating a fact.
Again, that's well before my time, and I couldn't comment on that, sorry.
Councillor Simms.
Some of the feedback already to this issue being raised in the Otago Daily Times has been around significant concern from the community about a demolition by neglect situation that we rise into. And I think that can happen either two ways. So it can be deliberate. Somebody could think, well, you've got a building here that's sitting on $1 million worth of land that's potentially worth a lot less than that, so I'll buy it and just wait. Or secondly, and I think there's an equal and probably even greater risk from somebody buying it without their eyes wide open. Can you tell us what efforts and what covenants you can possibly put in place to deal with those eventualities?
Yes, we're very conscious that they are risks, so they would be appropriately managed through an agreement for sale and purchase, and it would be a matter of negotiation between whoever the person was that was the successfully selected person. Covenants can be registered against the title, and the things that we would be looking to include in a covenant, if that's the track we go down, is an absolute prohibition on complete demolition. There would be provisions around what are the important heritage aspects that need to be protected, and there'd also be a requirement to do works within a certain time frame, so that means that we can't have demolition by neglect. And it also prevents land banking, which is the other thing that you were referring to. And in terms of those covenants, we have done that in the past. So, for example, the Dowling Street car park, where there's the new ACC building, the covenants were put on when we sold that property. I'm aware of other instances through the country where covenants have been registered. There's one building in particular that I'm thinking of in Christchurch. It's a beautiful heritage building. A heritage covenant was put on it in 2002. It's still on there, and it's one of the few heritage buildings that are left standing in that particular locality, and it's now used for restaurants and unit title development above. So it doesn't stop development, but you do need to draft it in a way that is also commercially realistic.
Councillor Lunn, then Councillor Ong, then Councillor Gary.
Just following on from that, Ms Kenton, it is, you may be aware that I've just done some further, made a voluminous submission to the Parliamentary Select Committee yesterday on the earthquake-prone buildings, and in the course of that research, I got feedback from a large number of agents, owners, and the sad truth is that earthquake-prone buildings are virtually unsaleable in Dunedin. We have 323 earthquake-prone buildings, and there's an example after example that simply it's incredibly difficult to even get any kind of return. And so my point being is that we want to keep the Fortune Theatre, and one of the key issues under the Category 1 Heritage New Zealand is that we have to keep the slate roof, which is also, it's a structural issue. It's a lot of weight stuck on the top of that building, and to make it easier, particularly for community groups with limited funds to repurpose this building, can Council consider approaching Heritage New Zealand to get a waiver so that they can replace that roof when needed, and the report indicates that there are potentially issues with it, with a metal roof? This would save hundreds of thousands of dollars.
We have Mark Maudsley here with us to add some advice.
So, the building as it stands is protected under the 2GP district plan. It's also listed by Heritage New Zealand as a Category 1 building, so any changes to the external building envelope would require resource consent from DCC and also affected party approval from Heritage New Zealand. In terms of the question whether or not we can get a waiver, there may be some initial conversations that can be started with a prospective purchaser in order for them to do their due diligence. And of course, they may choose to make an offer subject to obtaining resource consent as well.
Thank you. I'll leave that for now.
Councillor Ong, then Councillor Gary.
The question is quite a straightforward one. Now, if we were to sell this outright, that things outside of our control thereof. I see that the decision was preceding the current council's time. Why are we not looking at a partial percentage of the property, retaining ownership so that we do have that long-term upside. We still retain control to ensure that it is not land banking, as our colleague put it, and at the same time, economic development and all the other fine work that's been done by our council executives in development of our hotel, say for our stadium, everything else. We can benefit at the same time from the long-term upside here, still.
Simply, we're following the direction of council.
I would like to see how we can not divesting 100% as set out here, but only a partial sale, or to keep it open for that.
The answer to that is that a request for proposals gives parties the opportunity to present other options. So that will be considered at the next report that comes to council.
Okay, so this recommendation that we see right here. This recommendation that we see here that's put forth to us, this recommendation will change.
No, the recommendation will remain the same. So effectively, the council will go out. All of those proposals will come back to council, and at that point, council has absolute discretion to choose what it will do at that point. So the question that you're referring to can be considered at the next point, knowing what proposals are in front of the council.
I do fully understand that, but this wording is put forth to us as elected members now. This wording is an outright sale, it's not a partial sale. So in that case, that wording that's put forth to us would have to be revised in any case.
Councillor Gary. Oh, sorry, did you want to answer that? Okay, Councillor Gary. Oh.
Thank you, Your Worship. Tēnā koutou. First question is, can you just clarify or confirm that this has been part of a longer journey where we took it off the significance register, and this is kind of the point, you know, that was always intended that once that happened we would market the property. Is that correct? Yes. So second question is, and I don't have a problem with it, 231 Stewart Street, formerly the Fortune Theatre, so that people can identify the building. I don't think that'll be a problem, frankly. But it is correct, is it not, that the Fortune Theatre name was the company, not the venue. And while people might associate it with that, they also associate it with the Trinity Methodist Church.
I think the property is associated with a number of different names and purposes over a period of time, and depending on how you engaged in it and when, it will have a name or an affiliation for you.
So can I just, maybe this is for the chief, or perhaps it's for Miss Nielsen, because I was on the board of the Fortune Theatre, and at the time it closed, and leading up to that, I don't recall a deficit in our attention to R&M. What I do recall is there were some issues that were very difficult to address, like accessibility, for example, without a whole lot of investment. What is your memory?
Well, you're testing my memory. That was a long time ago, and I probably wasn't paying attention, as I should have been, to that particular matter. And Anna, this will be before your time, so I'm sorry. I just don't have a recollection.
That would be my recollection, but I'm happy to stand corrected. And finally, does somebody have the figure? And I've got one figure in my mind, but Councillor Lunn made the comment about the income, but is it not also the case that the council gave a significant grant to the Fortune Theatre Trust as well?
Again, I'm sorry, without having that in advance, I haven't gone back and checked the numbers, so I can't answer that.
So my memory is, and again I'm happy to stand corrected, that became then the professional theatre fund. That's my memory, but I'd be happy to get some confirmation of that.
Right, Councillor Vandervis has indicated that do you wish to move the recommendation, is it? Thank you. Who would like to second that? Councillor Treadwell, do you wish to speak to it? Councillor Vandervis? Don't wish to speak to it. Would anybody else like to?
Oh, sorry. I'd just like to say what a lovely report, and particularly like all the detailed photographs, which give a very good idea of the condition of the place. Thank you.
Councillor Ong, then Weatherall, then Lund.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Fortune Theatre is a very historical and key part of our city, and in the time to come that it can be back operational for our city, it is going to be, as it has been historically, a centre for arts and culture and everything else that makes our city the most special city. So it's very clear here, well, it may not be entirely clear, but it's stated in the wording here that it is an outright sale that has been put forth and based on what was put forth previously. I would just state that in the decisions that we choose for this historical asset, we need to ensure we do retain some control on the future outcome of it. We do retain some future upside from this historical asset and all that we are doing across our elected members and our executive leadership to grow the economic development, to grow the tourism, and to grow all the other commercial assets that we have in our city, to bring in more commercial revenue, to provide more back for our community and our community services. So I do see that we have a lot of work that's been going on from our executive leadership. We do see that now officially, hotel for the stadium, amongst other things. And I think it's very good that we have that opportunity to say we want to retain part of this, even as we are looking at what we need right now in the finances for our community, and also to say maybe we don't need to raise our rates because we have some source of funds that's coming in very soon. And in the meantime, we still have some upside from all that we're working on here.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. I support the recommendation to progress the sale of 231 George Street through a request for proposals process. This is a property that has sat vacant for too long, and it's clear it is no longer required for council purposes. Holding on to underutilised assets come with a cost to ratepayers, and it's appropriate that we look to release that capital and see the building brought back into productive use. But I also want to acknowledge this is not just another property. This building has history, it has meaning, and it's part of the fabric of our city. And for many in the community, it holds real emotional value. As councillors, we must ensure that the outcome respects the building's heritage and also respects the love our community holds for this building. Of course, we should seek value, but value is not always defined by the highest dollar figure. We need to ensure that the outcome respects the building's heritage, its place in the community, and the opportunity for it to have a future that people can connect with. For me, the best outcome will not necessarily be who offers the highest bid. I'm more interested in the proposal that offers the best balance of heritage protection, appropriate use, and long-term benefit to the city. Thank you.
Councillor Lund.
As I just noted in my question, I've done this submission on the earthquake-prone buildings, and the key summary of that is that in the last 5 years there's been a 40 to 45% increase in building costs, declining rents for commercial space in the city, and there's large numbers of buildings are being left vacant and are deteriorating in the CBD. And so we know, well, I know, possibly better than anybody at this table, that any party wanting to repurpose the Fortune for a commercial use is going to find this extremely difficult to balance the cost to repair and upgrade the building. Council's estimate to get it to a basic space, this is not including a fit out, is $4 million. And the report did note that there is genuine interest at page 27, but from bitter experience, I know there's a long, long way from interest to the ability to fund it and execute it. The report at paragraph 36, and Ms. Canton has just touched on the protections we're going to try and incorporate into the agreement. But, I say it's going to be difficult to enforce those mechanisms, and we don't want to be in that position. I believe that we need to look at transferring the stewardship of this building to a credible group whose intention is to protect and revive it and for community outcomes. I do believe that the council, and contrary to what Councillor Geary has said, we were not a good landlord. There was mould growing out the director's office for years and the council did nothing about it. It was a health hazard, and there were many other examples of that. So to say that the council, there was no examples of deferred maintenance is simply a fiction. And so we have not been a good landlord. We now need to transfer that ownership for this building, and we need to, and importantly, if the building is used as it's continued to be used as a community space, a venue, it does not trigger a change in use. And what that means is that when you have a change in use, as some of you know, this triggers a huge increase in cost and complexity to do that. But if we do not change the use and we consider proposals from credible community groups to continue to use the Fortune Theatre to restore it, it will keep alive the council's very laudable original intention in the year 2000 to preserve this building as a community asset.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. I support the proposed sale of Stewart Street property. Council should be thoughtful about what assets it retains, but we also need to be clear about which ones are no longer core to delivering service or our priorities. Holding land without strong strategic purpose ties up capital that could be better used elsewhere. Releasing this site allows it to be put to more productive use while strengthening Council's financial position at the same time. This is a sensible, pragmatic decision that reflects good stewardship of ratepayers' resources, and for that reason I'm happy to support the progress of the sale. Thank you.
Councillor Walker, then Councillor Geary.
Thank you, Ms Sophie. I pretty much support what Councillor Weatherall said, to be honest. Quite simply, we all want the building, or this building, to breathe, I guess, life back into the city's landscape. That said, and I think it was Councillor Sims that raised the question I was going to raise around demolition by neglect. I think any decision we make needs to make sure that the possibility of demolition by neglect is taken out of the equation. Also echoing Councillor Weatherall, the building at 231 Stewart Street, aka the Fortune Theatre, is iconic. It's loved and valued by the community. It deserves to find its place once again as one of the standard bearers in what is an extraordinary suite of heritage buildings that currently adorn this city. And I'm not sure if Shakespeare's King Lear ever played at the old Fortune, but there's a famous line in that quite hard play actually that goes, nothing will come from, or nothing will come of nothing. So I believe by supporting this excellent request for proposal process is the best way of ensuring that something comes of something. Thank you.
Councillor Geary.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. We went through previously a process to take this off the significance register and to go on that journey to put it up for sale. We've heard from our performing arts community that they have moved on from the 231 Stewart Street as a venue when it was the Fortune Theatre. And yes, it was a much loved venue. There's no doubt about that at all. But the performing arts community have certainly acknowledged the limitations of the building. And were there maintenance issues? Of course there were. There were issues with accessibility and issues around mould, yes. What that came from was the problem. We would have needed, as a council, to invest a great deal of money to deal with that, as you can see from the condition report. The reason that I have been from the beginning strident about the way we describe this building is because we don't want to limit ourselves now as to its future use. And no problem at all with suggesting it's formerly the Fortune Theatre so people can identify its location, although I honestly don't think that will be a problem at all. But we don't want to limit ourselves because this could be all sorts of things. It could be a place to be used for community. It might be arts and culture. It might not be. It might be apartments. It might be a restaurant. There are many different uses. And we want to encourage as many expressions of interest as possible from people throughout the community. There are some very smart people in this community who've developed some wonderful buildings, heritage buildings, and I look forward to hopefully them showing an interest in this building. Of course, we need to provide protection, and the last thing any of us want is demolition by neglect with this building. It's a strategic location. It's a beautiful looking building, but it has all the issues of a heritage building. And I find myself agreeing with Councillor Weatherall in the points that he made, and I look forward to how this might be reimagined.
Councillor Ong, I know you have your hand up, but you've already spoken on this matter. I will just quickly speak about it. You spoke at the start, if you recall. I think there will be people out there who will be fizzing at the opportunity to put forward requests for put forward proposals for this amazing cornerstone building and give it new purpose, and I'm excited about that. We are making a very simple decision here, which follows on from the decision that we have made previously to get the property ready for sale. So this recommendation is that we market the property for sale on the open market through the request for proposal process. As the heritage capital of New Zealand, I think this offers an amazing opportunity for someone or some groups to do something incredible with this building, which as it sits on a cornerstone site, I think we all drive past it every single day. I feel like we can do our own marketing as well, perhaps not talking about all the problems with heritage buildings, but all of the opportunities. So I look forward to seeing some of the opportunities that people put forward for this. Councillor Vandervis, your right of reply.
Thank you. The amount of time that it's taken to get here is embarrassing. But being a stone building and having a slate roof means that it's all still substantially there. The issues over its previous use limitations, I think, were somewhat exaggerated in the past to justify the demise of the Fortune Theatre, but that's all water under the bridge now. We have a situation with this building where I'm glad to see that people are keen on it being maintained as a landmark. It was good to hear Councillor Weatherall waxing lyrical on the point. I hope that it will continue as a community servicing structure in future. But if that doesn't turn out to be viable, then hopefully it will have some other use, because it is only use and reuse that will allow us to keep our heritage buildings.
I'll now put the motion. Do you have your hand up, Councillor Ong? Councillor Ong, you've spoken on this matter. No, you don't. You didn't move it. Councillor Vandervis moved the item, and he has the right of reply. I think you're a little confused. I will now put the motion. All of those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against?
Abstention.
Abstentions. That is carried. Right, we will move on to the supplementary agenda, the New Year's Eve celebration update, and we have Mr. Mike Costello, Ms. Teresa Fogarty, and Mr. Dan Hendra to speak to the report. Oh, we don't have Dan? Okay.
No, unfortunately, Dan is at a meeting pitching for funds for the solar eclipse. So prioritise that, I think, in terms of making sure that was happening. So.
Questions? Councillor Sims.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie, and thank you, staff. And just addressing the urgency around this, so while it seems like a long way away from New Year's Eve 2026, particularly in terms of live acts and things, there is some urgency around this that may not be apparent.
Yes, around the acts and also around contractors that we might want to get in. So a lot of these contractors are booked up very early in the year, if not the year before.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I note that on page 5, at the top of page 5, that the council resolution was to commit to building on the previous event for 26-27 within the existing budget, but that's not what's proposed here. So the event hasn't been trimmed back with the addition of fireworks to fit within the within the existing budget.
So with the with last year, we added on the family-friendly component of the event. So that is one thing that we were looking at. We could drop that family-friendly or cut back on that to allow for fireworks. Through conversations with the economic development leads, we wanted to keep that family-friendly element. It was something that came through in the public feedback as something that was quite exciting for people, and so we have added on family and fireworks. So it does add to the budget.
And I'm aware there's a draft resolution that is being proposed that sees the event, this particular event, costing slightly more, but the overall funding for events remaining unchanged. So there'll be a rejigging of how some of those other events in the events plan are delivered, but the overall budget won't change.
Thank you, because that's not apparent from within the report. And the other, the piece about moving the family-friendly event to the Octagon to save money, it doesn't. That looks like that saves $1,742. I'm guessing it's on traffic management. So it seems to be neither here nor there. Because that's what the point makes about moving the family event to the Octagon to save money. And I'm surprised that there's such a little difference in the actual budget.
The numbers are there. Staff worked really closely with the ED leads to look at the nature and style of event that they thought would be best, and that is a bit of. And while the original resolution was included working with the leads, they have refined the event from last year based on feedback and the engagement with the elected members. And that's what is being proposed. It might be helpful, if you're all right, Councillor Sims, if we put the draft resolution up. It might just help councillors see what is likely to be moved.
While that resolution's coming up, so where maybe staff can answer the question, is where is the savings within the events budget then being made to accommodate the increase in the new?
So we have a number of events picked we want to raise up, we want to add things around some of the events that happen elsewhere in Dunedin. So through the festival events plan, we have a number of things picked so we can make some savings in some of the other things that we'd otherwise add on to other events throughout the year.
So there's nothing specifically identified. So I'm yet to see the resolution. So if we go with this, we don't actually know what the consequence of it in those other events.
Sorry, my bad. I thought I'd sent it to Lynn and I hadn't, so it's entirely my bad.
I'll just jump in with another question as well. As Mr. Casello, recently you circulated to me what the event costs were, because I'm just thinking about comparing the New Year's Eve budget, say, with the Chinese New Year budget or the Matariki budget, and I had meant to find the figures or ask you. I'm just trying to not quite put you on the spot, but is the New Year's Eve event comparable to the to what we put into Chinese New Year, which I know was well over $100,000. Is that correct? You got. I just can't find the figure.
I would have to check to
Yeah.
see that, because I remember sending the information through, but it hasn't stuck in my head.
Yes, yes.
I would think it was.
It would just be useful as a comparator.
New Year is less than what we spent on Chinese New Year. Yeah.
And then Matariki again is
Matariki
quite
is
a
higher.
large budget, isn't it?
Matariki's more.
I'll just see if I can. Maybe you can do the question list, Cherry, while I look through my emails.
Councillor Sims, have you got another question? Yes.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Lucas. Just looking at the line item in the budget called production, showing us $60,000, the highest amount. Could you just tease out a little bit what's in that figure?
Yes, so we have the stage, there's the upper octagon lights, the festoon lighting and lighting up buildings, some lighting for the stage, audio and lighting, AV, toilets, electricity for the whole power distribution for food trucks, transport, kids' effects and different things going on. And often, if you think about it, it's on over the stat day, so there's quite a lot of labour costs involved in that as well.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions. Ōtepoti All Stars is a covers band, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
A little by-election candidate has suggested the New Year's celebrations relocate to the stadium. Would that eliminate traffic management and weather and other things like that?
Well, it would eliminate the weather being under the roof, but you still have a lot of traffic management around the area, people getting to and from it. Yeah, similar to rugby game, we close off streets to make sure everyone's safe getting to and from.
Oops. On page 4, item 5, it said there was a small lighting display on the stage. This is the accumulation of events leading up to midnight. It said a small lighting stage on the stage and visual features. Could you elaborate on what that was? Was there a light show on the Regent or on the church, the cathedral, as has happened historically?
No, that wasn't something that we added into it. It was something that was looked at as part of the budget. With that decision coming quite late in the year, it was hard to get that projector mapping up. Plus, it was a great deal of expense to have that projector mapping done, so it wasn't in the budget.
So that leads to my next question. What is the price tag for a light show like that?
Comparable to fireworks, so it would be at $40,000.
$40,000 just for the light show?
To do projection mapping over some of the historic buildings and to have the different things come up on those buildings.
Okay, so I just wanted to compare the difference between having that explosion of fireworks versus the visuals on the building, because I wondered if that was particularly why people thought it was a little anticlimactic this year, was there hadn't been that extra spend probably.
Yeah, at the last council meeting came with a suggestion of we could do projection mapping or fireworks, and we were asked to go ahead with a reimagining of the event without those.
I don't know if that was clear to the public and with the feedback they gave either, so thanks for clarifying.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, and this may not be a question for you, it may be a question for Councillor Walker actually, but how does, I noticed the cover band and understand that, and I heard the feedback at the time from some of my colleagues, but how does this fit with the live action music plan and our support of emerging artists in our city?
So we're looking and working with the live action group to see if there's other events that we can highlight some younger and local bands and through other avenues rather than at next year's New Year's.
And how do you determine popular music as opposed to and the audience? I mean, you'll know the demographics of who goes and so forth, but what's popular to me may not be popular to Councillor Walker. For example, I love jazz, he doesn't.
Yep. It's a difficult one, and one that we work with contractors that'll help us put the music offerings together for what we're looking for, and taking on feedback from that we've received here and elsewhere.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you. You've got jazz and a ska person sitting together. It's almost a tragedy. Listen, my question is sort of pivots from Councillor Gary's question, because I was going to ask around part B as to commits to building on the previous event. The previous event did include some stellar youth bands, which since actually New Year's have gotten national and international recognition. And despite, was it 432 feedbacks? I pretty much guaranteed that none of those feedbacks came from anyone under 18, but there was a large presence of that cohort. So, and I think you've partly answered this, and it's my understanding there has been conversations in an attempt to try and have not included in the main body, but an aligned event to accommodate those youth bands that would be fitting into some of the goals and aspirations that sit under the Ōtepoti Live Music Action Plan.
Yeah, potentially not an aligned one as a new event on there, but looking at the stable of events that we have coming up and where it's appropriate to put them into those ones.
Not necessarily as part of the New Year's, but somewhere else. Okay, that's good. I wouldn't mind having a conversation about that off-piste. Thanks.
Councillor Hall, then Councillor Ong.
Thank you. To follow on with Councillor Mayhem and put my party planning hat on, maybe we should have two events, one at the Octagon for the adults and a second one at the stadium that is more family friendly, maybe a lot of food carts and some more family friendly bands to follow up with the light show. Question?
I'm sure that all events planning is worthwhile. I think, well, you can ask that.
Budget would be my query on that, in terms of if doing two. Part of the appeal of the Octagon is that we're also creating economic activity within the centre of the city, so splitting an event might actually be counterproductive to that.
I was just thinking that we had some issues with appropriateness with the bands this last past, and the usage of the stadium. It sort of fits too.
My clear advice to council would be focus on one event and focus on doing it well. And the inappropriateness, and I'm not saying whether it was or will, I think will be managed by what's being proposed here, with some of those youth bands being provided with different mechanisms to ply their trade.
I'll just ask a question about the number of children and parents that attend the New Year's Eve celebration. Do you keep count of those? Because I was there and I thought what I observed was a few hundred children and adults attending. Did you keep a count?
The staff on the night would have. I don't have it right here with me, but yeah, I mean, these events, people tend to come and go over the time.
Thank you, Councillor Ong.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I was very glad to hear last week about the work that is ongoing or beginning on a corporate sponsorship policy, which is a continuation of efforts for philanthropy and sponsorship for our city that has always been there since going way back to our city's early founding. Can you work along those same lines with the ongoing policy for sponsorship to bring sponsorship for this event so that it covers some of the costs that are set out here?
Thanks, Councillor Ong. We always welcome support from the commercial sector for any of our events, so we'll...
Would you be actively seeking it out at the same time concurrent to your sponsorship policy that you're working on? And
I'm not sure what policy you're referencing, Councillor.
Working on a sponsorship policy for our city.
So there's maybe something we can take offline, Councillor Ong, because I think it's bit of a segue to this because I'll need to be briefed on staff, but everyone's shaking their heads. So what I would say is we always try and negotiate the very best possible terms and conditions when we engage people in these types of events, and we will continue to do that to ensure that we are maximising the bang, literally, we would get for our buck.
Okay, but engaging means paying out. I'm referring to bringing funds in from sponsorship, because this is at the centre of our city. At the same time, there can be signage that is sponsoring that and bringing funds in, not paying out funds.
I think that question's been answered. Next question, Councillor Mayhem.
Thanks. I just Googled where can I find a Dunedin City Council events timeline, and it comes up with our website page with a whole lot of different events, but in the Wild Dunedin brochure, there was an actual page that I meant to bring with me that I tore out, which was month by month, a wonderful calendar of events that are happening around the city. It was missing a couple, like the Arts Guide, the Arts Festival, but generally I could see at a glance that there was, just a couple of gaps during winter. I don't think it had the Midwinter Festival in there either, but is there a calendar like that we put out of events? Because
Councillor Mayhem, I think we're trying to talk about the New Year's Eve event.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
yes.
we're on limited time today. We've still got quite a number of things to get through, so perhaps if we just focus on the New Year's Eve event, that would be good. Councillor Walker?
Sorry, I'm changing between glasses here. So just looking at this motion that's gone up, who's moving this? Okay. Maybe some clarity. So a two-part question. So clarity about where the intended fireworks display will be, because there's been lots to talk about where it will be. So first part.
The plan, as I understand it, teams off the Civic Centre roof.
I mean, this is quite serious. Often people think this is a trivial thing for me to, changing glasses, to point out. But will we, as an organisation, will we attempt in any way to address the potential damage to property and blah, 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 and safety? And I'm sure that'll be covered. But things like pet trauma, wildlife disruption, and more importantly, those people in the community who are genuinely disrupted by noise. I'm thinking particularly of our former refugee community and elderly people. So it's a genuine question. Will there be any protocols in place to try and lessen the detrimental effects of a fireworks display, which are real?
In terms of the environment and things like that, we have particular pyrotechnics that won't have any debris, no fallout, better for the environment. We can make sure that it's widely known around the community that it is on, so people know to schedule it. They can look after animals. They're going to be aware it's coming up, so it's not going to come out of the blue for them.
That's encouraging response, but I'd be interested in seeing more meat on that, understanding what that's going to look like, because you're probably aware previously we've had horses running out and dying, so it would be nice to have.
There will be a suitable health and safety plan in place for fireworks if it goes ahead. You'll appreciate we haven't got meat on the bones yet because we haven't got a bone to put meat on until you make this decision. So, but your comments are well made, and the team have taken them on board, and we'll make sure that we've got the necessary plans in place.
Thank you. I guess my question is just, can we be a bit more proactive about addressing some of the potential effects?
We can be, but we will never be able to mitigate all of them, and I think we need to be.
I'm not asking for that.
There needs to be some clarity, because fireworks do go bang and they do make noise. So I just think as long as there is some realism around that.
I think, we're already doing fireworks at Chinese New Year, so I'm assuming that some of those protocols are already around fireworks that we currently do at Chinese New Year.
And there will be, but this is the plans are site specific, and the elevation and the location in the octagon will require a specific plan.
Yeah, thank you. No more questions. Councillor Sims, you are moving. I'm happy to second. Would you like to speak to that?
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. The 2025-26 New Year's event was well intentioned, well organised, but fell flat. The feedback from our community that attended was clear, both from the 432 feedback surveys collected and the social media feedback that followed. Some aspects of last year's event was very well received, particularly the all ages family entertainment tailored for children and families, which kicked off at 5 p.m. This aspect, it's proposed that this aspect will be retained and enhanced within the plans for the 2026-27 event, which I hope you all will find support. I'd like to thank Mr. Costello and his staff for allowing me to work with them to develop a proposal for 2026-27 and to Mayor Sophie for sanctioning this approach. We met with leading hospitality providers. The response: we need fireworks and we need a headline act. We met with a prominent Dunedin entertainment figure. Can we get an outstanding headline act and an MC to turn this into a party at a friendly rate? For sure, but you need to get organised. My tribe is relatively conservative. When I went to them for feedback, the response was immediate and substantial. Several hundred responses with a very common thread: we need fireworks and a decent covers band. The request for feedback on the prominent Dunedin Facebook pages was equally as enthusiastic. Over 400 comments in 24 hours. At least half of them were constructive. We need a decent band playing well-known popular bangers, and we need the crescendo at midnight provided by fireworks. There was significant support for a harbour-based fireworks event, with many people recalling the anniversary celebrations in 1998 when fireworks were set off from a barge in Otago Harbour to recognise the first settlers arriving to the same harbour 150 years earlier. That early evening event cost $150,000 in 1998 money. The key hurdles to a harbour-based event are the cost, the extra complexity of a barge, a potential loss of economic benefit to our hospitality industry during an already quiet time in Dunedin, and a disconnect between the octagon-based family events and entertainment and a harbour-based fireworks display. The hardest feedback of all to hear was from those giving up on Dunedin for New Year's Eve and intending to head to Queenstown or Timaru. Harder still for families that cannot afford to make such a trip, now just intending to stay at home. Well-executed events are really important to our city. We need to provide a low-cost opportunity for everybody in our community to welcome in the new year and to feel proud about living in Dunedin. This is more important now than ever, as we face intense competition from both Christchurch and Central Otago. We know we can do events. Look at the response to the recent George Street Market Day, this year's Chinese New Year celebration, and our Matariki celebrations. Our New Year's event is an outlier which needs sorting. Reduction to the ridiculous is a dubious political tactic, but it's useful. If we did nothing at all in Dunedin for New Year's Eve in 2026-27, rates for the same year would be reduced by $3 per annum for each ratepayer, or 75 cents per quarterly instalment. The additional cost of a public fireworks display and really good entertainment for 2026 compared to what we did in 2025 is 96 cents per annum for each ratepayer, or 24 cents per quarterly instalment. What price for civic pride? What price for supporting our hospitality and visitor economy? And what price for providing everyone in Dunedin with the opportunity to have a really memorable New Year's Eve right here in Dunedin? And I cannot let any cats out of the bag, but I can assure councillors that the proposed headline event, if we do go ahead with this, has recently undertaken a sold-out tour throughout New Zealand, so we're talking a good act. Please recognise the feedback given to Council following last year's event. Forget Queenstown, forget Timaru, forget Paris. Dunedin will be the place to be on New Year's Eve in 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sims. I may or may not be in Paris at that time.
It was aimed at you.
I don't know if you knew that, given that my daughter's going to be at uni there for a little while. Now, Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. We don't have to overthink this. From my research, it's proven miserable, mean-spirited party poopers don't like fireworks. My research of 62 years has also observed good sorts do like fireworks, great food, music and laughter. So the simple decision we have to make today is, are we going to cater for our New Year's Eve celebrations for party poopers or good sorts? One accident should never have stopped fireworks for the last 5 years. For goodness sake, there are accidents every day, yet we don't stop people driving their vehicles because of accidents. We have the budget. We have listened to the negative feedback from last year's attendees. So now we just have to vote to reinstate the fireworks. Picture it, the octagon buzzing, a covers band playing the songs everyone knows, people of all ages singing badly and enjoying themselves, and then midnight hits and the sky above the Civic Centre lights up. That's what people will remember. That's what keeps people in Dunedin, instead of heading off to Queenstown or elsewhere, as Councillor Sims alluded to. Let's be honest, if we don't give people a reason to stay, they will find a reason to leave. Money spent on Guy Fawkes is a total waste of money and is brainless. Money spent on New Year's Eve celebrations is an investment which supports local businesses and gives our community something to look forward to. So I urge my colleagues, don't be party poopers, support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weather, and I'll just say that I supported this motion because I was there at New Year's Eve this year. I'm not sure if any other councillors were, but I know what I observed and I know what I felt, and having in the past voted against fireworks, I am now prepared to support fireworks because I've listened to the community feedback. I know how I felt when I was there, and then when we got to midnight, what happened. It's really important for us to put on a good show. We have not only our own people, but quite a lot of international visitors that I talked to during that time as well. And also when we look at what the national news, I guess, talks about or shows the images of what happened in what city, and I always remember the pictures of the octagon with the municipal chambers with the fireworks in the background, and that actually is an iconic image for our city and helps us with our city promotion. I also talked to the hospitality people, like Councillor Sims, about what they would like to see in the octagon as well, and the importance for us to keep the octagon as vibrant centre city and look after the businesses that have invested for decades in the octagon and having a great atmosphere in there. I agree with everything that Councillor Sims said as well, and I think that was an excellent speech. Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Sims, for all of your work on talking to people and making sure that we get in a great position to have go off with a bang at New Year's. Councillor Hall and Councillor Treadwell.
Thank you, Ms. Sophie. This is a tricky vote because I love fireworks and I have a good friend who's going to be very annoyed with me. But in the current environment, I do not feel comfortable burning money for a few minutes in the sky, as we already have the Chinese New Year fireworks and they are culturally appropriate. I do not mind being the party pooper. If that is what delivers the best outcome for the ratepayers, we have to be honest about our priorities. And right now, I think focus should be on where we can create most value for this city. Personally, I would rather light up Dunedin than light up the skies. I would rather invest in things that make our city stronger, more vibrant, and better for all people all year round, rather than spending on a more short-lived spectacle. And there's always a harm to the animals that also needs to be taken into account. That is why I understand the appeal and I cannot support the extra spend. I will support option 2.
Councillor Treadwell, then Councillor Ong and Walker. Councillor Treadwell.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. I was very pleased to see in the Māori impact statement for this report that there will be a Māori advisory panel set up that will consult and advise on this, or on the team schedule going forward to ensure appropriate consultation. So just wanted to shout out the team. That's awesome. And I think this event is going to be awesome in either case. As somebody who likes to get down and sing badly to covers, and also who likes jazz music. That's an aside. I just wanted to poke a barb at Steve. Doug stole all my talking points, to be honest. I'm quite happy to be a party pooper on this one. I think the things that make fireworks fun are unfortunately inseparable to the things that disrupt our wildlife in the city. And as the wildlife capital, I think we need to be moving away from fireworks. I do trust the events team to put on a fantastic New Year's Eve regardless. And yeah, looking forward to it. See you all there.
Councillor On.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Now, our community should not have to make do with the fireworks at our council table. We do need real fireworks in the same way that we do not, as a community, need to make do for the political act and theatre by a controversial councillor. Simply, we need the major real acts and performances to be at our stadium. And it's very good to hear that we have a lot of things coming in. Fireworks connects to tourism, it connects to our university, it connects to our polytechnic, it connects to our airport, our stadium, it connects to the hotel that has now been officially announced for the stadium. And there's...
No.
Well, it's
Point of order.
reportedly announced.
Councillor, I'll uphold that point of order. Please withdraw that remark.
We do
Councillor,
not have a confirmed, sorry.
This is...
I'll uphold the point.
Legal
Don't
wording.
interrupt while the Deputy Mayor is speaking.
Councillor, I'll uphold the point of order. That is an incorrect statement. Please withdraw your statement with regards to the hotel.
The proposed hotel. And you're coming to my next point, Deputy Mayor.
Can you please withdraw?
What if I don't?
Then you'll be asked to leave the meeting.
Then if that's going to be as it is, then as it is. If you're going to ask me to leave the meeting, well...
I've asked you to withdraw your comment, please. That is what I've asked of you.
I think we can look at what is the legal wording of my comment and the rephrasing.
Councillor, you don't get... Councillor, when I'm ruling on a point of order, you do not get to argue with me.
Right, we'll just adjourn for... We're just going to take an adjournment.
Some advice, Councillor, about how you can navigate.
All those in favour?
Aye.
Anyone against?
The proposed hotel. And then I'm coming on to my next point, which is across these public events, public assets. Are we back online? Okay, well, I want to be back online when I'm speaking.
Take your microphone off for a second, please.
I'll withdraw that comment. I will withdraw that comment, and I will move on to my next point of my speech, as someone put it, as speech, well, okay, which is across our public events, across our New Year's Eve events, across our public stadium, across everything else that we have, which are public assets of our public community, we need public transparency. And I am not aware of what is that proposed development for our stadium. That's why I asked a question on it. It also seems that Councillor Sims mentioned something that's I'm not aware of, it sounds very exciting that we have a major act for this New Year's Eve event. But Councillor Sims, we are both elected members. I'm not aware of that. I think you are. So it's just coming to that broader point for a lot of the public events we have lined up, for the public assets that we have, for our public stadium and everything else that is publicly owned by our community. It seems like there needs to be a bit more public transparency, because I very simply am not aware of these public items that are discussed privately behind our public council.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Sophie. Listen, myself and Councillor Treadwell will probably have to set up a wee corner somewhere at the Party Pooper corner somewhere in the city for us to sit together on December 31st. I get that this motion reacts to feedback from the community, and I understand where this motion comes from. So I'm not condemning the changes that are being proposed to try and improve the event. And I've nothing against the covers band, actually. I don't particularly like covers band, but this one are very good. But let's not throw the baby out with the bath water, please. And that relates to the bands that played last New Year's Eve, the youth bands. And I am encouraged by the answer to my question earlier that another event may emanate that supports that cohort. So I will be keeping a watch on that, because we do have a fantastic and burgeoning youth music scene in this city that hasn't been seen for probably since the early 80s. So let's embrace it. That said, and I'll get slaughtered for saying this, but I'm used to it on the subject, I can't, in the wildlife capital of New Zealand, support blowing things up in the year 2026 when there are viable alternatives. And I think, if nothing else, that's just sort of off-brand for what we've been trying to create in this city. Councillor Sims is right, by the way. We can do events and we can do them well, but just for me, not using fireworks. And I've just, as we were talking earlier, I've just tried to list some of the pros and cons, and I probably haven't got them all, but I think I've got all the pros. But I'll just list them as I put them. They can damage public and personal property. We know that. They definitely create trash, waste, and pollute the environment. We know that. We absolutely know, all pet owners know, that they terrorise our pets, very literally. They can blow up the fingers and hands of users, actually, and including professional operators. And sadly, that the proof is in the pudding, and they can cause burns. They disrupt communities with noise and have an impact on those creatures that are the wildlife part of the wildlife capital of New Zealand. And I know that as being a trustee at the Dunedin Wildlife Hospital. They cause stress and worry. This is probably the biggest one for me. They cause stress and worry, both in fear of their potential danger and the suddenness of their noise, and that speaks to why I was asking for maybe us being a wee bit more proactive. They do create fear amongst our most vulnerable citizens, particularly young children and elderly people, and I think we forget this, who have moved here from they've run away or tried to get away from war-torn countries. And I know that, again, having worked with the Syrian community who celebrated their 10-year arrival yesterday, actually, and I was talking with the Father Muhammad about this and how traumatic it can be for that cohort. They're terrible for the environment, and we were talking previously about perhaps having them on a barge, and it would have been terrible out in the water. They smell and they cause fires, and they're expensive. You literally are asking today for us to spend money to then burn it for a very short-term fix. Now I'll go on to the pros. They momentarily distract the most primitive reptile part of our brain, and that was actually referred to cleverly, actually, by Robin in the public forum earlier. My wife, who you know is a neurologist, speaks about the reptile part of our brain, and that's the part of the brain that gets excited by bangs and noise, so it stimulates that part of our brain for a few seconds of sparky lights and boomy sounds, and that's the end of my list of pros. Thanks.
Councillor Sims, your right of reply. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Ms Sophie. I just want to be very brief, and I agree with Councillor Hall, and I also want to make a point, Councillor Weatherall. I'm not a party pooper. I'm like you. I'm happy to sing at the top of my voice to a covers band, Mamma Mia, whatever that might be. And I was the staff member responsible for the 1998 fireworks, so I'm not a party pooper, and I'm not against fireworks per se. But at some point, councillors, we have to have some financial restraint. This is some budget creep again. Our events budget, in my personal opinion, I voted against it. It's really extravagant. We spend a lot of money on events. And at some point, we're going to have to make some really hard decisions about what is essential and what is core services. And I'm going to vote against this because this is just, as Councillor Hall and Councillor Walker said, this is 50 grand in 5 minutes up in smoke. And I cannot support that for that very reason.
Councillor Sims, your right of reply.
Happy to move for vote.
Okay, we'll take that by division. Yep.
Councillor Chambers.
Aye.
Oh, do you want mine?
Mayor Sophie, is it possible to take A separately and B and C together? Is that possible?
Sure. Yeah. Right, we'll do A first, which is notes the New Year's Eve celebration. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against?
No, recorded please.
Is that working? Thank you. Yep, awesome. Thank you.
Resolutions B and C. Councillor Chambers.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
No.
Councillor Hall.
No.
Councillor Lucas.
No.
Councillor Lund.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
No.
Councillor Ong.
Aye.
Councillor Sims. Aye. Councillor Treadwell.
No.
Councillor Vandervis.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Mayor Barker. Sorry.
Aye.
Carried 7-6.
Right, we'll move on to item 10, which is feedback on DCHL group statements of and draft statements of intent, and with Ms. Carolyn Allen and Ms. Janet Fraser will speak to the report. Oh, got your name beside this one, Cherry.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. We're happy to take questions.
Does anyone have any questions? Deputy Mayor Lucas has indicated that she is happy to move. Do you wish to speak to it?
Only briefly to say that thank you to staff. We've had significant opportunities to give feedback. This has been at the Finance Performance Committee, and I think all our feedback has been captured, and I think that's an indication why we have no questions, so I have nothing further.
Councillor Weatherall, were you seconding or were you wishing to speak?
Definitely not seconding.
Okay. Oh, well, I'll second it for technicalities. Councillor Weatherall, you may speak.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. I will not be supporting the proposed feedback on the draft statements of intent, as I do not agree that Council should request that DCHL should consider a significant increase in the dividend to DCC for the 2026-27 financial year to help the proposed increase in rates in light of financial pressures currently facing ratepayers. I want to be very direct here. This situation hasn't come out of nowhere. Last year we had a very clear and very loud message from the community: do not sell Aurora. The argument was about protecting long-term value, stability and keeping the asset in public ownership. And now, not even a year later, we are effectively turning to DCHL and saying we need more dividend. We need more return. We need to relieve the pressure on rates. This is exactly the tension that was flagged at the time. You cannot retain a strategic asset for long-term benefit and then immediately start leaning on it for short-term financial relief. That is not a strategy, that is a contradiction. Because what we are really doing here is shifting rates pressure onto the very asset we chose to protect. And the risk is obvious. The harder we push for dividends, the greater the pressure on that asset's long-term performance, resilience, and investment capability. So yes, this is one of those we were told moments. The community made a choice and council made a decision. But decisions have consequences. If we are serious about long-term ownership, we need to act like long-term owners, not short-term dividend seekers when it suits us. Thank you.
Councillor Ong, then Councillor Vanderwas.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and I fully concur with Councillor Weatherall's point. One does not starve an athlete of food, and then in the long term, when the athlete does not perform, you say, we're going to drop you from the team. I fully agree. If we're going to look at where we can distribute dividends from amongst the many different assets we have, we should look at the most liquid, and by definition, that liquid asset, which is to say, we do have the Waipori Fund, if anything, amongst other things. What is, by definition, the most liquid asset category? And that very simply are securities, cash, bonds, investments. So if we have to look across different asset categories, and we're asking for a dividend from somewhere, or we're taking out from somewhere, and then we're giving back to the community in the form of saying we're not going to increase rates because we're taking out from somewhere, then very simply, it can't come from our strategic generational asset of Aurora. It has to come from the most liquid and non-essential type of investments or assets that we hold for our community and we manage for our community.
Councillor Vanderwas.
I disagree with both of the last speakers. The idea that we are going to starve our companies by trying to get a dividend from them, to me is nonsense, given that we haven't had anything like realistic dividends from the companies for some 10 years now. It's said, and you need to read the literature on this, an asset is something that puts cash in your pocket. A liability is something that costs you both cash and risk. And for the last 10 years, our companies, especially Aurora, have been in the liability characterisation, in my view. The kind of dividends that we should have been getting for the last 10 years, had our companies been properly run, given the amount and the years of public investment in those companies, should have been about $40 to $45 million a year, just back of envelope type calculation. You can't have billion-dollar debt and billion-dollar companies for a decade not giving you a return. You can't have city forests sitting on 1 million carbon credits for years and years, hoping that the value might go up, and playing some kind of casino roulette with carbon credits. I tried very hard several years ago to get city forests to sell down at least some of their carbon credits when they were worth considerably more than they are now. Now, belatedly, that they're finally selling some in order to pay us the incredibly small dividend that we are finally getting. We need to look realistically at the companies. We need to reassess whether or not the decision not to sell Aurora and reinvest it was a wise one. And we need to recognise, and this is the one area in which I agree with Councillor Weatherall, we need to recognise that when we made that decision, there are consequences coming with it. And the consequences are unaffordable, and the debt unsustainable, and the risk that we have with billion-dollar debt, both in the DCC debt and in our companies, is a risk that far outweighs any of the potential benefits that we might get further down the track when hopefully it all comes good with Aurora. The feedback is fair enough in this report. The council requests have been taken into account by DCHL, but our decisions over many years now have put DCHL in a position where, quite frankly, there's not much they can do and there's not much we can expect to get from them. We need to lay this very unfortunate situation at our own feet, at the 10 years of poor decision making that have preceded this decision, and the failure to act when the opportunity to get a return from our companies was presented to us, and for political, almost religious reasons about selling the family silver, we've turned it down. Thank you.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Your Worship. I support the principle of receiving a dividend from DCHL, of course, but I'm concerned about the risk of taking too much and weakening the long-term strength of the company involved. I'm worried about the wording of this. A significant increase alarms me. Have we not learned anything from past mistakes? These are strategic assets for the city, and we need to be careful not to prioritise short-term gains over long-term value. A dividend can make sense, but it also needs to be set in a sensible and sustainable level, not at the scale that undermines their ability to grow. For me, this is about balance. We should receive a fair return, but we also must protect the future performance of the group for the benefit of the people of Dunedin over the long-term 50-year view. From now, we must... thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I've got them. I just want to make a comment that that we are in the middle of a process of I guess discussion with DCHL, and this is the feedback is part of that discussion to the statements of intent. So we are, which will come back to council for more discussion on the 25th of June there. And I really do want to point out that we are requesting that DCHL consider a significant increase in the dividend, but we haven't told them how. And I think that's their job as the board to discuss how, and then I guess it is our job to decide whether we want the dividend and at what cost. So that will come back to council on the 25th of June, and I'm sure that there will be discussion in that time. We are also looking at the investment plan as well, so that was that's part of the work that is being done. I've got Councillor Lund, then Councillor Sims.
Councillor Vandevers has laid out in the clearest terms possible why we've got $1 billion of debt, and it's completely out of proportion to the dividends that we receive. The risk is massive, And today I received an excellent reply from our CFO, Ms. Allen, who's shown how we hedge our debt. But the point is that that's fine for a year or two. But in the end, we still have an ongoing permanent debt profile that is, as I said, out of all proportion to the dividends we receive. We have one reason that we own the DCHL trading companies, and that is to receive cash dividends to make our rates more affordable. I support the idea that we need to get more dividends. That's what they're there for. There are some other things that I do not agree with in the recommendations. One of them being that we've made this suggestion that there are shared services across the companies. Now, council has been told on several occasions this term that it's hard to think of a combination of companies with less in common than what we have. We have a forestry company, an airport company, a small railroad company, and an electrical lines company, and there is simply no commonality of interest where we can get shared services across this disjointed and disparate selection of companies that we own. We've been told that a rational person would not wish this combination on anybody. So to attempt to try and find efficiencies between this collection is just going to add bureaucracy, more cost, time and expense for an imperceptible gain. And I also do not support item 15, which is the Tataki Haruru document, because it refers to developing outcomes. The document has not. I'm not going to force a strategy upon our companies when it does not have defined and specific outcomes in that document.
Councillor Sims.
Thank you, Ms. Sophie. Aurora Energy Limited will make a profit after tax this financial year of $30 million, forecast to rise to $40 million next year. Bringing forward a $5 million dividend, say, will still mean that the shareholders' value in 2026 will increase by $25 million. This is a timing issue, not a philosophical argument as to whether Dunedin ratepayers are entitled to a dividend. Aurora Energy is scheduled to pay significant dividends to DCHL in financial year 27, financial year 28. But right now, households and businesses are under extreme pressure right now. Bringing forward a $5 million dividend, say, from DCHL in 2026 will be imperceptible to the operations overseen by DCHL, but will reduce the projected rates rise for Dunedin ratepayers for 2026 and 27 by 20%, from the projected 10.5 to 8.5%. And that's why I support this. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lucas, your right of reply.
Thank you, and thank you for the reminder, Mayor Sophie, that we have asked DCHL to consider. We haven't actually said exactly what, and I will also remind Council, Lewis, that we have appointed the directors to Dunedin City Holdings Limited based on their expertise and their experience in this field, and we are relying on them to make the best recommendations in their view as directors of the company, and bearing in mind that they have duties under the Companies Act. So they will consider our request. That does not mean to say we don't know what the answer is. We've asked them to consider, and I think it was very timely, thank you Councillor Weatherall and Councillor Vandervis, to remind councillors that of the consequences of the decision of not selling Aurora, and that would have an impact, and that would mean for our community an increased rates than would otherwise be the case. And the other point that I'd like to make is the part where we've asked DCHL to work collaboratively with council staff, because this is a very complex matter. We are going into a world of rates capping. We do not want to have an increased dividend payout in 26-27 with a reduced payout in 28-29, and the impact that has for our base for rates capping. Because whatever our base is, when rates capping comes in, that is going to be our base. And I'm saying that very carefully and making that very pointed. Because if we take an extra dividend next year and that can't be sustained, we are setting ourselves up for huge trouble going forward with a lower base. And then that is going to mean, councillors, it's going to be unbelievably hard decisions, way harder decisions than whether we're going to fund fireworks or not around this table, because we will not be able to fund some really key things that we all believe that our community needs. So just be mindful where this may go. Thank you.
I will now put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? No. Abstentions? I think Councillor abstain. That is carried, and we'll move on to the local alcohol policy. Okay, let's have a break. Okay, I move that we adjourn till 3:05. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Against? Abstentions? That is carried. Even the local alcohol policy, oh, that's a bit weird. Is it fixed now? Yeah. Awesome. That was a tad weird. And I welcome Mr. Paul Henderson, Mr. Kevin Meechan and Mr. Paul Cottam to speak to the report. Do you have any opening comments?
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. Kia ora tātou councillors. A general point and a specific point, if I may. The general point being is that we're here today to seek your approval to engage more widely, just to test some ideas and options. So to give council confidence in approving a draft local alcohol policy for later on this year that is reasonable, precautionary based, and takes into account the preferences of the community. So we see it as a key step. On those options. Just very super quickly on those options, the eagle-eyed of you would have noticed a gremlin that crept into the table there, and I'll just alert you to that. That's on the left-hand column there, third row down there, when it's talking about trading hours of off licence. So, of course, that should be 7 a.m. to 10 p.m, not 10 a.m. If it was 7 a.m. to 10 a.m, that would be a classic example of an unreasonable condition that we would lose. Yes. Mayor Sophie, the specific point we just wanted to allude to, in the report there we said that we're taking some further advice on the issue of glass at the request of the tri-agencies that we're required to consult with. This advice has just come in 2 days ago, which is good. It's still in draft form, so we're not in a position to release it yet through the CE. Once we clarify with the solicitors that we're fine and happy with that, but we can give a bit of an indication to you as we digest it that in relation to any proposed ban on selling alcohol in glass within an area of, say, a kilometre or 1,200 metres of the University Clock Tower. Legal advice informs us that it's a higher threshold to get across compared to other discretionary conditions. It's a bit more granular. So for one, we would need to be satisfied that there is harm or damage or crime or disorderly behaviour, if you like, that is alcohol related and excessive or inappropriate consumption of alcohol in that area. All right. So if we're satisfied with that, then we need to be secondarily satisfied if such a measure to restrict the selling of alcohol and glass within that area would have the desired impact of reducing the harm. So that means we'd have to have, according to the legal advice, would need to have an idea of the amount of alcohol consumed in the area that was locally purchased, and within that, how much of it was glass bottles that was locally purchased. Right? And then there would be a third step to get over, then to consider how reasonable or proportionate the measure is in relation to the harm it's trying to reduce. All right? So in other words, it's restricting that sale from those off licences proportionate to the harm it's trying to address or minimise. So that's where we're at the moment. Our legal in-house counsel, and we're of a view too, we can still proceed by testing this idea with the public, but just being clear that it's probably got a higher bar to cross or hurdle than other ideas, other options, beg your pardon. So that's our remarks there, Mayor Sophie.
Can I just follow up with a question? Sure. So if you're saying that's quite a high bar, does that also mean that we would also have an increased cost if we wish to do that, because we would have to do all the measurements to understand where people are buying their alcohol, how much damage was being caused, and is it only alcohol related harms? I'm imagining if there's glass all over the place and people cut themselves and got ACC claims, is that something that goes back to alcohol related harm?
Yes, it's fairly broadly defined in the Act, so both direct and indirect harm, injury, damage, crime, behaviour, that kind of thing. Yep. So in answer to your question, yes, potentially there is some cost in pursuing this. Kevin has already asked ED if they can supply us with any information on alcohol-related admissions that relate to glass injuries and the like. But that's one aspect.
Thank you. I just need to do a technical thing. I move that the council extends the meeting beyond 6 hours. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Against, abstentions, that's carried. I've got questions from Councillor Gary, then Councillor Vandervis.
Tēnā koutou. My question was actually on the glass, and I just wanted to check with you, so I'm assuming that you'll consult with Safe and Well or Te Puti that presented some stats around ED admissions. It wasn't specifically about the glass, but there were certainly a lot of coordinated stats there. Would you be looking to do that?
Safe and Well or Te Puti are indeed on that broader list of organisations that would want to engage with in stage 2, as well as the general public via a online survey on the council page.
I guess I'm asking whether you would. That they appear to have done the work, is what I'm saying, given the stats they presented. I was interested. I just want to check that you saw or heard. There was a report in the ODT with a little video clip of the Vice Chancellor, Grant Robertson, the Hyde Street Party, talking about the glass and the lack thereof and the difference that it made. Now, there was a whole lot of things about the Hyde Street Party that make it safer. That was one aspect, but he did mention it. I'm assuming you will look to other events in the student area around the glass issue, and that will assist with that high bar?
We'll certainly do our best to investigate that as thoroughly as we can, yes.
I've got Councillors Vandervis, Chambers, Mayhem, Deputy Mayor Lucas, Hall and Walker. Councillor Vandervis.
We've got recent new government legislation that allows us here in Dunedin to try new initiatives to reduce alcohol harm in Dunedin. In the past, we've met enormous budget alcohol providers able to prevent this. Given that we now have an ability to make some substantial changes, this wider consultation, you said, is to test ideas and options. How are you going to formulate or bring those ideas together, and who is going to promote them to a wider consultation group?
So those options or ideas, if you like, are contained in the table in the report there. We have a list of organisations that I've mentioned that we will be in touch with. So that builds on the ones we approached in stage 1, and there's some additional ones now in stage 2. We will be having directing those people and the public to an online survey on our Have You Say page, where they can respond to that. Yes, no, maybe comments box and those sorts of things. So we test. That's how we're proposing to test the waters. We will analyse that feedback and report back to you on that.
Is one of those proposals going to be framed in a way where people can say they agree with the idea that we should be providing more alcohol-free alternatives to wine and beers in social situations? It's a growing trend in Europe now.
Sure. I guess if you're alluding to the bill that amends the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act, for example, at the moment we're operating under the current one. We don't have any specific ideas or options in there because that's currently prescribed in the legislation that on licences, for example, have to provide, and options that are available for off-licensed to sell. Mayor Sophie, we will be coming back to you on the 13th of April with a 13th of May, beg your pardon, on a submission on the bill that Councillor Vandervis is referring to.
Just briefly on the subject of glass, do we have access to any emergency department figures on the number of people treated with injuries to their feet from glass, or falling on glass, or being slashed by broken bottles, for instance?
That's what Kevin is pursuing. That's what he's attempting to find out from them.
So, Councillors Chambers, Mayhem, Deputy Mayor Lucas, Hall, Walker, Ong and Treadwell. Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, thank you. Obviously, the local alcohol policy is extremely important in advising and guiding our licensing committee. But I understand this process has been quite drawn out. This revision and update of possible new amendments has been taking quite a time, and it has to be done. But my first exposure as a new councillor was at the recent workshop, and I have to say, as perhaps I may have upset at the time, I was a bit surprised by the number of options being suggested in terms of amendments. So I just asked for a couple of specific questions from page 152 of the papers, that table there. And for example, perhaps could I ask for a little bit of a reminder of what you mean by a sensitive area location in terms of restricting alcohol advertising and sale, and why would you select particular sites such as marae and places of worship as being sensitive locations?
So this builds upon what is currently in our local alcohol policy there. So at the moment they're 100 metres from, they're described as educational or recreational facilities for new licences. So that's what I mean by a sensitive area. So for example, where a lot of children might go to. So we would see that as being careful about where off licences are located and their potential impacts. So we're suggesting, based on feedback that we've had from our stage 1 engagement, that we add to that marae, places of worship and addiction services, and extend that out to 200 metres. Note that this is for new licences, right? So existing licences can continue until they shut up shop.
One more question, perhaps.
Sure.
Just in the same table, further down the page, you specify there are currently no restrictions on buy now, pay later ways of paying for the alcohol. When you consider banning buy now, pay later schemes, what's the thinking behind that?
Okay, because the evidence tells us, and when we can engaged with, for example, the Te Whātua Ora, that such schemes encourage or contribute to impulsive late night purchases and consumption of alcohol and the associated impacts and risks that carries.
Would that include credit cards?
That's typical. Well, that's typically how they'll be paid for. Yes.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. In stage 1 of the engagement, it says you will be talking to the Polytech and the university. Does that include the university creches? There is one on Castle Street and one at Union Street East.
Sorry, on the stage 1 engagement? Yes. No, we didn't include we haven't talked to the creches there. No, we didn't.
There's a couple of other university organisations as well. I chair Keep Dunedin Beautiful, and a lot of groups do regular cleanups of Hyde Street and Castle Street. I think we could possibly provide some broken glass statistics. I note it's 1 kilometre from the clock tower to the stadium, and on a regular basis a university group called Let's Get Trashed go out and pick up rubbish, including glass, and they always do an inventory of the found objects because, of course, the glass would get recycled. There's also Plog and Pub, which I think is around the Logan Park area and then to the Emerson's Brewery afterwards. I do know, and I think it was one of our church groups, went to clean up Castle Street and they didn't see any rubbish, but they swept the street and they collected 4 bags full of broken glass fragments. I wondered if there was people getting regular flat tyres in their cars, and I've certainly seen on Facebook commentary around parents, workers at the university, and people going to the creche on Castle Street in particular, having to navigate the broken glass on regular occasions.
Sure, thank you. I mean, in stage one, we had to be a little bit targeted in terms of who we spoke to first up, but we can certainly add those organisations in stage two.
So this paper is about approving further engagement. So is it useful for councillors if they see a group missing from the list and on page 153, paragraph 19, to make some suggestions there? I'm just noting, councillors, that we have about an hour and a half left till 5 o'clock. If you don't want to stay any further, we still have 6 papers to go. So please concentrate on the paper in front of you. The questions, the consultation paper will be coming back to the council to discuss further, won't it, before it goes out for final consultation? Sorry, the draft LAP comes back to council, and then that's a good time then to discuss the content, is it?
Oh, absolutely. So we've got that program for your July meeting.
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. 2 questions. One is a follow-up question to Councillor Chambers. So buy now, pay later, you're saying is you can't pay on your credit card. That was what the answer implied in the answer to his question.
Oh, beg your pardon, you can, yes.
Thank you. My actual question is, in terms of the glass and proposing like a glass ban, can the university itself, or does it have to come through the LAP, propose a glass ban for on-campus and in the halls of residence?
Sorry, just to be clear, this would be prohibiting the sale of alcohol in glass containers within a defined area. So there's been a couple of suggestions we've had from our tri-agency colleagues. A kilometre, 1,200 metres from the university clock tower.
I understand that's what it is, but my question is, can the university ban glass from on campus in the halls of residence, alcohol in glass containers? Because this is about education, because if you're in a hall of residence and you are there in your first year and you're not drinking from a glass bottle, when you go to a flat, you've already got the habit of buying cans. This is where I'm coming from.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I would suggest that that's probably a question for the university around whether or not they would want to, or whether or not they legally could do it. But if it's their property,
I'd want to check, because I'm not sure of the legal status of the university campus. So what I will do is say we'll take that under advisement, and I will, if I can do it relatively cheaply, find an answer. But if it involves a lot of legal research, then it might be a separate conversation.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Worship. I intend to move motion 1. The LAP is extremely important, and it shapes how we respond to something that can cause real harm in our community.
Do you signalling that you wish to move it? Okay, thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Sophie, and thank you for reminding us about what this paper is about. Most of my questions have been asked, but I will ask, I think I know the answer to this, but I couldn't find it I think it was in my head when I read it, but I can't find it now. Is it the case that in 2024 and the 2025 situation, the tri-agencies and everyone who's submitted into that process will be taken into consideration for this process moving forward? It's correct, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. They've been heavily involved in stage 1.
And just for confirmation, because I don't want to get down into the weeds about the glass stuff, because I think it's going to be fraught, but just to be clear, it's not about banning glass, it's about banning the sale of glass, so it doesn't preclude anybody walking into the area with glass.
The latter point would be potentially covered by the bylaw.
Yeah,
Councillor Ong.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I have 2 questions. The first question is, going forward, can you coordinate the policy so that it is working with the planned in-house homelessness shelter in order to ensure your policy is well coordinated with the future staff that will be serving our in-house homeless shelter, and addressing the issue of homelessness that is due to the portion of homelessness that is due to alcohol dependency?
Yeah, Councillor, staff noted your points earlier. We'll make sure that there's coordination.
The second point is on the stage 1 engagement that's set out here, and this states out you will be developing the LAP with numerous organizations, including our police, and in the same way, our police will be going about other matters that we put forth interpreting also Crown policies in the same way as something that was put forth maybe a few weeks ago on homelessness. So can we arrange to have that sit-down discussion with you to meet with in one dedicated event with our police?
No, we can't, Councillor.
Councillor Treadwell.
Asked and answered. But thank you for an excellent report.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Worship. Gentlemen, I wanted, or it's probably for Mr Henderson actually, I just wanted to ensure, because we're up to stage 2 engagement and I see that the Sophia Charter is there, we are a member of the Charter, how do you intend to ensure as we go through that we honour our commitment to the Charter?
Thank you, Councillor. Certainly all of the signatories to the Charter will be included within this process. As you know, there's obviously a lot of background work and working groups going on as part of the Charter. I think there's 5 work streams associated with the Charter that we're involved in, I think 3 or 4 of those, and there are regular conversations taking place in the background.
Thank you, and thank you for your mahi in this regard. And it is correct, is it not, that the police are an integral part of those conversations and work?
Yeah, that's correct, and they're certainly leading at least one of the work streams.
Councillor Hall, you've indicated a willingness to move. I got a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Gary. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. This is clearly good for the community, and engagement with the community is always welcome when considering a good local alcohol policy. Thank you.
Councillor Gary?
Just very briefly, I just want to note the interest of Bede and Elspeth Christani in the LAP, and note too that in that second stage of engagement there's a group called Hold On To Your Friends that has come out of friends of us, of their daughters and Sophia and peers who have formed that group. So there's a great deal of interest, and I recall the excellent presentation from Safe and Well Utaputi that occurred. I'd also say that if it was as simple as excluding glass, the sale of glass in the university area, it would have been done by now, because there's a great deal of interest in this, and that's been the subject of discussion at a number of Sophia Charter huis.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. I want to step back from the policy and focus on what we're actually seeing on the ground. Of course, we can continue to refine policy again, consult again, and tighten rules again. But if the enforcement is not working, then changing the policy won't fix the problem. I walk George Street regularly, and like many of our community, I see alcohol being consumed that already breaches existing rules, yet there appears to be little visible enforcement. And that raises a fundamental question. Should we be trying to solve a policy problem or an enforcement problem? What's the point if current rules are not being upheld when introducing new ones will simply be about appearance than impact? Anyway, if we took Health New Zealand's advice and stuck to 1 or 2 drinks weekly, we wouldn't need an alcohol policy. We'd need an economic recovery plan for the entire hospitality sector. The other issue I have is that we are potentially moving towards broader restrictions that will impact a wide group of responsible, law-abiding adults, particularly those over 25 that enjoy purchasing alcohol and socialising in a safe and respectful way. The behaviours we are trying to address are coming from a smaller subset of generally younger, high-risk drinkers. So we need to be careful not to respond to bad behaviour by restricting the freedom of the majority who are doing the right thing. For me, I'd be happy if we stuck to the present local alcohol policy with more consistent enforcement of the existing rules, especially around bad behaviour, breaking of glass and unruly behaviour from under 25-year-olds, not forgetting the consumption of alcohol and alcohol-free zones. So as a protest, I will not be supporting either option. Thank you.
Councillor Ong.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Now, local alcohol policy, it should be very clear, connects with the issue of how we address a certain part of homelessness, and in the same way in our in-house to be set up homelessness shelter in the future. And that part of it is the alcohol dependency. It's just a proportion of homelessness, but it is a crucial long-term social issue that needs to be addressed and also connects to local alcohol policy. These policies that we provide as governors also impact how our Dunedin police implement our world-class public safety and our policing in our community. So very simply, I'm going to ask again, why do we not have a dedicated forum that has been arranged and has been said no to with our Dunedin police? Because our governance is going to impact how they implement their policing that keeps our community safe and safest. I will not support this motion.
Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to support the motion, and I think particularly I'd emphasise the words that it's about further consultation and engagement on the contents of the options noted in this report, because there are many, many options in this report. And I certainly felt a little bit uncomfortable at the workshop that we held a few weeks ago about this, because it didn't seem to be quite fit with the city I've lived in for these past 30 years. We're painting a picture that we have a problem, and clearly alcohol is a problem, and can cause accidents, etc. But I think we've made great progress in the city over the past 30 years. In terms of many of the measures been taken in consultation with the police, St John, the university, and certainly in my working life I saw the number of accidents related to glass drastically reduced by the measures taken at parties such as the Hyde Street party, not having glass there. And also just generally, just if you look in the past week, we've had the St Patrick's Day, or the past couple of weeks, we had the St Paddy's Day celebration with lots of drinking, but not much in the way of terrible impact or presentations at the hospital. And the Hyde Street party weren't proceeded at the weekend without any problems. So I think we have made great progress in this city in terms of, and particularly with our younger population there. But if you're looking at the number of options in the report, they seem quite extensive. And I'm not convinced that many of them are evidence-based. I mentioned the one about sensitive sites, which is a difficult one to quite get right, I think. But the one about the credit card, or the buy now, pay later, that you can't use a buy now, pay later sort of card type thing, but you can use a credit card. Well, are we talking about buy now, pay later type cards that only people of low socio-economic groups can use? But if you're wealthy and you can afford a credit card, even though you've got millions of dollars of debt, you can go out and buy crates of champagne. So it struck me that targeting particular types of ways of purchasing alcohol could be targeting people who are less well off from doing what is illegal activity. So it's complicated. And I think that during questioning at the workshop, I think one of the experts admitted that the range of ideas they were suggesting were not all evidence-based. In fact, some of them might just be creative ideas that may or may not work in terms of reducing harm from alcohol. Well, I don't think we can change the regulations of our council to test out creative ideas by academics who work in the field. I think any changes that happen in the policy have to be evidence-based. So I think more consultation is required by stakeholders and by the public on some of those options, and look at them very critically. Are they based on evidence?
So this is for further stakeholder and public engagement, as I said, and I just want to comment in my speech around the list on page 19, and I think that councillors should, with our extensive networks, should see are there any gaps in there and people that we consider should be engaged to form up the draft LTP, which will come back to council and then go out to consultation again. This is a step in the process. I'll pass back to Councillor Hall for his right of reply.
I think it's pretty good. Yeah, thank you.
Therefore, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Abstentions? That is carried. We'll move on to item 12. The Hearings Committee recommendations for the proposed parking changes. And Councillor Cherry Lucas is going to speak to the recommendations. That's what's on my list. I'm presuming
we're happy to take questions. We have staff here who are going to answer the questions. I can't answer any questions, I'm sure.
Welcome, team.
If I might, Mayor Sophie, we're here to support Councillor Lucas in the parking committee, in the omnibus of parking reports that you have in front of you, related to the changes specifically around parking. So,
does anyone have any questions? Are you putting your hand up, Councillor Lund? Councillor Lund.
I've got so many questions, but I'll limit myself to 3 and make my concerns known in my 5 minutes. Starting with 233 Stewart Street, with the removal of the parks there, was the extremely obvious solution of bollard protection to the historic veranda posts ever considered, or bracket protection? Because when you remove these parks, you're removing one of the few parks that the Fortune Theatre building has for its loading and unloading zone.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you for your question. We note that the request for that parking change came from the business specifically affected with repeated vehicles hitting the historic veranda out front. Bollards were not considered for that space, just being mindful of the other P5 park directly ahead of the no stopping line, and couriers, for instance, coming around the corner and being able to easily access, pull into and out of that space. So as a result, the consideration was that no stopping lines would more effectively resolve the issue of the veranda being struck, but also provide that ease of access for the courier to use that space.
But it didn't have to be a bollard, did it? It could have been a bracket. There's a variety of solutions that could have been incorporated to keep those parks. But you didn't investigate those, is that correct?
Councillor Nunn, we did actually talk to our heritage colleagues about what we could put in those locations, but I guess we had to be a little bit respectful of the environment being a heritage environment there.
At paragraph 41, it states, this is in regard to 164 Rattray Street, that the proposed parking change would formalise the removal of these parks. Now, is it correct that those parks have already been removed?
Yes, that is correct. So the addition of a car parking facility off the road here is a consented condition. And as part of the consent conditions, they would require that those parks be removed.
So my question is, why didn't you just write that in the report? Because, we can't, you're asking us to accept something that's already been done. It's not a proposal, it's been done. And for transparency and, that should have been written, that it's been done and explain the situation. Is that not correct?
Noted. We could have done something else like bollards at that location if the council didn't want to put a parking restriction in.
Regarding the Strathallan Street, you've noted in the pinpoint analysis that car parking was a concern, but it appears to have been ignored, and you've simply said in the report that there's this requirement for sight lines for the heavy traffic. But this is along the entire length of Strathallan Street, and you don't need to remove all the car parks along the entire street to get sight lines. Why was this not considered to at least retain some car parks, given that that was a major concern of the submitters?
Councillor Lund, I personally walked the length of Strathallan Street talking to every single business along there about the car parks that were being removed there. None of them had any, and that was recently, none of them had any, was one person that had some concerns, but mostly everyone was okay because they do have large premises that they can park onto. Strathallan Street is part of the harbour arterial, which is a route that's trying to get heavy vehicles out of going through the CBD and to the state highway quicker. Granted, their connection over the railway line onto the state highway is not the best, but we all know that Strathallan Street gets really congested in the AM and PM peaks, and we needed to put more capacity into there. So it's just a case of not being able to have everything, parking and double lanes.
So you're saying that the submission is wrong when it said that the car parking was a concern raised by several submitters?
It was at the time of the social pinpoint, Councillor Lund, but as I say, I think it was probably a year ago where I walked up and down and talked to everyone there, because I guess probably at that stage they understood the strategic direction of that being more about an arterial route.
I'm glad you've mentioned consultation, because do you believe that the effects of this bypass stop at the corner of Strathallan Street and Portsmouth Drive?
So probably not, because essentially we are saying that it becomes a bypass route to get out of the city, which could make it more attractive for certain heavy vehicles.
What I'm getting at is that did you consider consulting with any of the businesses or buildings along Wharf Street and Thomas Burns Street about the intended effects?
So
this is
Scott, Mr. McLean will get this one.
If I may, Councillor, the harbour arterial route is not necessarily the topic of this, but it's a staged approach. So asking staff about effects beyond what's put here in front of you is a little bit unfair and probably out of process. And I will remind you that this is staff are here to answer questions, but this is the recommendations of a hearings panel of your colleagues. So yeah, just throw that out there.
The recommendations are based on the report and the information they're given. So let's just...
I think you need to be very careful. Okay, what's the point of order?
$25.2B, disrespect.
Thank you. I will uphold that point of order and ask the councillor to withdraw. I think the councillor's had 5 questions now.
I've got one more.
Oh, can you withdraw, please?
Yes, withdrawn.
I'll allow one more question, but you do need to be very careful to understand that this is the Hearings Committee recommendation, not necessarily the recommendations of staff.
Okay, the last question is simply at the Strathallan Drive, Portsmouth Drive intersection. You haven't given any reasons about why the right turn for cars has been, well, you've said in the information that there's no right turn onto Portsmouth Drive, and I can understand the rationale why that would be for heavy traffic, but why would vehicles not be allowed to turn right into Portsmouth Drive?
The way it's been configured is for 2 heavy vehicles to be able to turn left onto Portsmouth Drive, and the addition of the roundabout at Ataki and Orari is designed to help the cars that want to go right take the right turn off Strathallan and then use that intersection onto Portsmouth Drive instead.
Right, there's no more. Oh, sorry, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, and tēnā koutou. I just wanted to applaud you for page 204, 2 Broadway. I happen to know 2 Broadway particularly well, being my doctors, my pharmacist and my physio. And I thank you for the the way that you have configured it for people with mobility issues, which I have used that many times, and this is going to be a real improvement. I noticed the pharmacist didn't submit, but it's covered off probably by the medical centre and the physio, but you got that absolutely spot on, so thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks to the Hearings Committee and the staff. Maybe this might be for Deputy Mayor as the chair of the committee. In terms of the McAndrew Road part of near Port Chalmers, it's been deferred. Is there any reason behind that, or?
Yes, we asked staff to go and do some more consultation in that area. It was, once we'd heard and we teased it out, it's more complex than it had appeared. Yeah, so it will come back to the next Parking Hearings Committee and come back to Council.
Councillor Van der Vis.
Regarding the arterial hub, I have asked for several weeks now for details on the Arari Ataki Street roundabout, and the questions that I want asked, that I have asked, and I wonder why they still haven't been answered, is why did it take more than 6 weeks to get to the point where there was a concrete dome there, and then another 6 weeks proposed before that intersection can be opened. It's a major intersection. I've had to deal with complaints from businesses trying to operate there. I've been there a number of times to look at progress. I've seen a lot of trucks sitting there doing nothing. I think I've been there a dozen times now, and very little progress being made. Why has it taken so long? And what is the cost? And why did we have to lose 12 car parks in the process?
I'll get that one. So that a response was prepared and sent to me by Ms Benson while I was on leave, so I apologise. I'll forward that on, so I can't give you the exact detail, but that'll be coming to you forthwith.
Okay, thank you for that. I do have some other questions, but I'll let someone else go first.
Oh, you can go. I don't have anyone on the list at the moment. Being a member of this committee has been a fairly unhappy time for me. I recognise that a lot of the changes and some of the parking loss for increasing bus stop accessibility have been well researched and been necessary, and I've agreed with much of it. There have been a couple of learnings for me that have really disturbed me, however. One of them is the requirement under the second generation plan that a car park has to have a 59 metre sightline view now in order for someone to exit the car park. I don't know of any car parks in the city that have that, and I wonder how it is that such an anti-car parking suggestion be made in the second generation plan, and what could be done about changing that to something more reasonable. I hadn't come across it before.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you for your question. We note that the reference to the second generation plan refers to, just to contextualise for the rest of councillors, Rule 6.3.3 under the 2GP, which is specific to vehicle access, design and location. And that sets out that any new vehicle access on a road where the speed limit is set to 50 kilometres per hour should have a sight line of 69 metres from the vehicle when you're entering or exiting a vehicle, or exiting a vehicle crossing specifically. So we note that rather than being an artifact of the 2GP itself, this is drawn from the Austroads Guide to Road Design. So this is from a collective of Australasian transport agencies, of which New Zealand Transport Agency Waka Kotahi is part. So we would note it's more about using a consistent national and shared by Australia standard of best practices for new vehicle exit construction, noting that it doesn't need to be retroactively applied to existing accesses.
Is it not the case that it would be virtually impossible to retroactively make that happen in most of the car parks in Dunedin.
Thank you. Yes, we would agree, just based on how our urban form has evolved over time. The fact that it's not required to retroactively fit it is quite sensible, and that it would be difficult to, but we do note that road safety engineers and best practice provides that we should follow this standard for future developments.
I keep hearing about best practice and having it applied to situations which are, in my view, simply not sensible, and that what we had was sensible. But I'll move on. The requirement now for buses to need a full 15 metres of entry into a bus park or a bus stop. It's suggested that it's a requirement, and in some cases it's not hard and fast. But as a truck driver of some 40 years experience, again, it seems to me that 15 metres manoeuvrability to get a bus into a bus park, which is quite generous anyway, seems rather a lot in a practical point of view, and it costs us a lot of parking. Is there much discretion available regarding that 15 metres?
Yeah, there is. It depends on the particular road environment, but we often try and use intersections to use the road as taper instead of the car parking area. And in some cases we will go with less than 15 metres, but we do need to give a reasonable amount of taper for the buses to get in.
That looks like all of the questions. Deputy Mayor Lucas, you said you're happy to move. Would you like someone from a seconder from the committee? Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie, and I just would like to thank and congratulate the staff for an excellent report, and also their great support at the parking hearings. I think we've got a great team, and they are doing their absolute best to make sure that we have sufficient parking in the city, and doing the best that they absolutely can. And just a reminder that the committee only meets quarterly, and staff actually have delegations that during that interim period that they can, where they need to, they put yellow lines in so that there is safety in our city in terms of parking, and then it's up to the committee to agree or not, and then bring that here to council. So I just want to remind that. And in terms of Strathallan Street, I mean, that was a decision was in front of the Parking Hearings Committee back in 2023, some 2.5 years ago, and I want to thank staff for not immediately removing those parks when they weren't ready to move with Harbour Arterial Stage 3, which has been agreed to by this council. And I also would like to note that staff do go over and beyond where they can possibly and do the consultation. And out at Maya, outside the Rudolph Steiner School, the staff have agreed to do extra consultation after hearing from submitters, and it really is about trying to get the best for our city. And I'd like to thank my colleagues, Councillor Mayhem and Councillor Van der Vis. We thoroughly go through every single item, just for information for councillors, every single item, and we discuss it. We don't do a blanket, accept everything, we discuss it and then move on. And so it's a thorough and not just a rubber stamping exercise, and we interrogate staff and often go back and relook at issues. Thank you.
Councillor Van der Vis, Councillor Hall, Councillor Mayhem, Councillor Van der Vis.
The thing I had most problem with, and in fact had to record my vote against as a member of this committee, was the loss of a amenity island in Princes Street. It has a lovely tree on it, has a lovely heritage style lamp on it, a seat, some containers where you can put different kinds of rubbish, and it will have cost, I don't know, $100,000 to put that in there in the first place. The proposal, and this has been agreed to by the other members of the committee against my strenuous argument, is that we lose this to get a second bus stop, a double bus stop, only a block away from the many double bus stops in the exchange area. And we lose it, and we're going to spend, or the ratepayers of the city are going to spend $25,000 to rip out the tree, the seat, the rubbish bins, the heritage lamp, and all we get for it is a longer bus stop, which could have been moved forward by a few metres, but apparently can't be because it's not the right time of year to assess that. Now, I keep hearing that this is all best practice, but it doesn't make any rational sense to me. To lose that amount of amenity for a bus stop that could be moved only a few metres further up the road at the loss of some car parks, but at least we'd keep the amenity island, to me makes absolutely no sense at all. I've recorded my vote against, and I do wonder about best practice, second GP rules, and the increasing requirements for anything to happen, whether it's cycle lanes or bus tapers or whatever, always at the expense of parking. We have an increasing population, and we have for many years now not had an increasing level of parking availability, especially in the CBD where it's required. I find it very difficult as a councillor to be able to be on these committees and still see this happening.
Councillors Hall, Mayhem, then Gary. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Bishop. I just want to acknowledge the good practical work behind this item. This is not a flashy work, but it is important work. These changes are about safety, better public transport, better visibility, and make the city work more smoothly day to day. As our city grows, this is the sort of work that becomes even more important, as we need to work with the flows of traffic, not against it. Small operational changes like these can make a real difference to how people move around the city more safely, more efficiently, and with less friction. I also appreciate that this has been through the hearing committee process and has been properly considered. That matters because it shows this is a careful, practical work, not changes for the sake of change. So while these may seem like little small changes individually, together they help create a safer and better functioning city. For that reason, I'm happy to support it.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. I'd just like to echo the Chair, Deputy Mayor Lucas, in thanking the staff for their mahi. I'd like to welcome to the team Ms Munro, new to the city, but she has certainly navigated her way around, and as you could tell by her answers to questions, they were very textbook-like, and she's obviously an expert in this area. Since the questioning time for staff is over and they don't have the opportunity to respond to Councillor Vandervis, I'd like to point out a few of the things around the amenity on Princess Street that he was referring to. In the plan, the rubbish bins, the recycling bins, were to be relocated just a little further along. The seat was to be relocated back underneath the veranda, providing a little more shelter by the bus stop. Sadly, there will be the loss of a wonderful tree, but the gradual upgrades to Princess Street over time will replace any plant a suitable tree for along Princess Street. The lamppost of heritage origins that he refers to was actually a 90s replica lamppost, so while it looks the part, it is not that historical. As the city grows and expands, things that we might have done in the 90s at cost to the ratepayer change with the way our bus services have changed, the way the buses flow to the bus hub. This particular site, which is on the corner of Dowling Street and Princess, is a very popular bus stop during peak times, I think up to 30 stops per hour. When I don't know about all of the locations, and especially the tricky ones, I like to drive around and suss them out, and I observed exactly the issue during peak times, sitting behind a number 50 Helensburgh bus. The green light changed, the bus couldn't progress forward because it couldn't see a clear way. There was another bus in front. As explained by Mr. Spears, if we can put the double bus stops close to the corner, it eliminates the extra 9 metres of taper that the buses require. Mr. Van der Vis was advocating for the removal of 5 car parks further up the block towards Murray Place. But of course the buses need to pull out, cross 2 lanes and turn at the Murray Place corner and head towards the hub. So moving the buses forward closer to Murray Place would not give them the length to pull into that turning lane, thus causing more chaos and disruption to traffic. And of course it's all about the timing from the exchange to the hub, for that being the last bus stop before the Octagon too, apart from the hub. And it's closer to walk from Princess Street than it is to walk from the hub to the Octagon. I hope I've adequately covered that explanation. And I'd also like to tautoku what Ms. Lucas said about how thoroughly all of these parking hearings are carried out, and I recall all jumping into a vehicle and driving all the way to Mosgiel, Sunnyside, somewhere, Fairfield, Main Street, just to look at a driveway and a bus stop and meet with the neighbours and the submitters. And I feel personally that all of our parking hearings are very thoroughly canvassed by staff and by the hearings panel. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of points. First of all, we either trust the expertise of our staff or we don't. I do, and I thank the Transport staff for their work on this, and the Hearings Committee. It's a large piece of work, and you're interrogating information, and as Councillor Mayhem and Councillor Lucas have pointed out. And of course we expect our staff to follow best practice, of course we do, and we expect the hearings to be robust and rigorous in terms of interrogating that information. Just to remind colleagues that at this time of a fuel crisis, the operation of our buses has never been more important. And we know that the bus stop in question is highly used at peak time. And I've heard some figures across the country for the increase in bus use, and it's quite extraordinary. I don't imagine that we're any different here. And finally, a point that I've already made to some degree is I want to thank the staff most sincerely for their consistent application and consideration of the disability community. And there were 2 major sites. One I mentioned around Broadway Medical Centre, which incorporates to the physio and the pharmacist. That will make a measurable distance to people. And secondly, the car parking beside the changing places bathroom, which has been very thoughtfully considered and laid out. So thank you for that ongoing work. It's not a one-off. You continue to do this, and it's so greatly appreciated by people who need to navigate the city by using mobility parks.
Councillor Lund.
I'd like to say that the technical detail in this report is very good. It was clear, easy to understand, but it is undermined, I believe, by some of the recommendations in the report. We have here a report that claims it's making general minor parking changes. Now, in my view, they're not minor, they're not parking changes, they're in fact parking reductions, and they are general. The report dismisses, the report does not actually attempt to quantify how many parks are lost in this report, so I had to go through, and I believe there's at least 28, possibly up to 36 in the central city, and then there is another 48 identified in Strathallan Street. So that's not minor, that's 76 car parks that have just disappeared. I've raised some of my other objections in the question time. I won't go through those again, but there are other ones. For example, 31 Queen's Gardens, that's the bus park outside the Settlers Museum, where I share Councillor Van der Vis's concern that around the city now, we've got these excessive bus turn-in spaces that are removing a significant amount of car parks. And in the case of the Settlers Museum, it's been there and it's obviously operated quite satisfactorily for 12 or 13 years since the museum opened. I share Councillor Vandervis's concerns with the 138 Princess Street. I think I do not accept the comments made by Councillor Mayhem that the Moray Place intersection would be a problem for buses pulling out. In terms of Stuart's...
Point of order.
What's the point of order?
Although they were my comments, they were actually from the regional council expert that came to speak to us. They're not my recommendations. I was speaking on behalf of the staff, and this was an item that we sat on the table. The point of order is misrepresentation. Thank you.
Just let me take an adjournment on that. We're not going to uphold the point of order. Councillor Lund can continue to speak.
Thank you. And just moving to 228 Stewart Street, we now have what was 40 metres of no parking and no stopping lines behind the Anglican Cathedral, which is now being moved for bus parks. So I'm at a bit of a loss as to, from a safety perspective, if it wasn't, that space was not suitable for car parks, but it's now suitable for very large buses. I'll stop there, but I'm very clear that I'm not going to vote to support these changes.
Right, I will just comment that when the hearings committees is held around parking, there are councillors on this, and this is their recommendations, and other councillors are also welcome to come to these committee meetings, not as decision makers, but to observe and to listen and to understand why those decisions are made. So we would welcome any councillors coming along to those committees so that they are able to get some more information before we come to this point. Deputy Mayor Lucas, I will give you your right of reply.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Mayhem, for detailing the issues with 138 Princess Street, which the ORC, it was at the request of the ORC, it is the one of the most used stops in Dunedin with over 8,000 passengers a month. And as it's at the request of the ORC, and Councillor Van is correct, it is at the ratepayers, but that is at the cost of Otago Regional Council ratepayers, not as the Dunedin City Council ratepayers. I just want to just be clear on that, and also to be clear that we had suggested a trial further along Princess Street, and because of the time of the year and the volumes of traffic, it wasn't recommended that we would necessarily understand what impact that was, and the buses pulling out they just have to pull into the line of traffic and then get into the turning lane. There's just only one line of traffic at that point. And to just briefly to Councillor Lund's point, on the top of page 172, it does highlight for the minor parking, on 171, it highlights the impact of the minor parking changes. And yes, on 172, it does highlight, it is significant changes for the Harbour Arterial Stage 3, and at the time, and I'm aware that staff are looking at how we can provide more parks in the general area, whether that be angle parking or whatever that is, so that we did note the concern of the number of parks that were removed. Thank you.
All right, I will put the motion. Councillor Ong, you had opportunity to speak. Well, I did not see it. Right, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Anyone against?
No. Recorded, please.
Abstentions? That is carried. Move on to item 13. Hearings Committee recommendations on dangerous, insanitary and affected buildings policy review. I've got here that Councillor Lee Vandervis will speak to the recommendations. Do you have any supporting staff, or is Councillor Vandervis going to?
This has been an easy one. There was some wording changes for clarity.
Mm-hmm.
There is specifically excluded any discussion of earthquake proneness in this area, and I think the staff have done a comprehensive job of basically tidying up and updating as required. So I'm happy to vote for the
You're happy to move it?
Yeah, happy to move the recommendation on
And Councillor Lunsford,
233.
second. Just go back to questions before we no more questions. Do you wish to speak any more on it?
All good. Thank
Anybody
you.
else wish to speak?
I'd just like to say that the staff did an excellent job with the policy.
Thank you. Do you want to write a reply, Councillor Vandervis? Okay, therefore I will move. I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against? Abstentions? That is carried. Sorry, there was the recommendation was that we note the hearings committee, note the minutes and adopts the amended dangerous, unsanitary and effective building policies. That was the recommendation. So if there were options in there, then we took the recommended option. Yep. Right. 14. Financial report period ended 28th of February, page 247. Ms. Carolyn Allen and Mr. Hayden McAuliffe will speak to the report. Would you mind taking questions?
Thank you, councillors. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We're happy to go to questions.
Thank you. Yeah, obviously we're way underspent in capital, capital expenditure, and also in I think in some operational expenditure is underspent also. So I thought I would ask some questions about the area of the financial aspects of the council where we're absolutely on target. And the obvious one is rates revenue, in that our ratepayers pay their rates, which is remarkable and very steady and unflinchingly. But perhaps about rates penalties. I think there were up to almost $500,000 in rates penalties so far in the first 8 months of the financial year. How are those rates penalties accrued? Who has to pay them? What sort of our ratepayers have to pay such penalties?
Thank you, Councillor. Rate penalties are applied in accordance to our policy, and it's at certain milestones for arrears that penalties are applied. So, for example, a few months into a new rating year and you haven't paid your previous year's arrears, then a penalty will be applied at that point to the rate account. So it's at milestones throughout the year if you have not paid your bill.
And are those large sums?
The penalty regime is based on outstanding balance, and depending on at what point you're at, it could be a 10% of the outstanding sum that could be applied as a penalty.
What I would say, Councillor, is the team, Carolyn's team, work really closely with people who are in arrears and notify them as early as they can and work to help them pay their rates that are outstanding before we get to this point by way of payment plans and all sorts of options that we put in place.
Sorry, if I could just add to Ms Graham's comment there. We do offer in circumstances if we have ratepayers going on a direct debit or have a payment plan, we will not apply penalties to outstanding balances. So we do work with our ratepayers as much as we can in a situational basis within what we can.
And one of the reasons the rates revenue is so consistent is because the large number of people who pay by direct debit. That'd be right, isn't it, Carolyn, as well? Is it quite a high number? I think it was 50.
Thank you. We do have a large portion of ratepayers on direct debit. When we're looking at the rates revenue number on the income statement, which is, I assume, on page 263 that you're referring to, that refers to the rate take that we set when we set the rates each year. So through the annual plan process, we determine what the rate number is going to be, a rate increase is going to be. That is then set, and we, according to the rate take we require, put those rates across the city, and that is the revenue that comes through from that. So we expect it to be on budget. Whether people are paying their bills or not doesn't reflect in that number. It's more the amount that has been set on rate accounts as opposed to people paying their bills.
Yeah, but they obviously do, because it's on target. But just with regard to rates rebates, they don't appear on the report as such. But how many people applied for a rebate? And for example, this current financial year, how many applied for a rebate?
Thank you, Councillor. The rates rebate scheme is administered by us at the council, but is actually paid by the Department of Internal Affairs. So ratepayers will bring their applications through us as the City Council. We process them and pass that information on to the Department of Internal Affairs, who then reimburse the ratepayer. For the year to date, as we're going, we've had 2,500 applications that have been processed. On a year-by-year basis, it's sort of around that 3,200 mark that apply and get that rebate provided for them. The dollar value of that of the rebate scheme in total is about 2.5 million.
And are we quite good at advertising when people should apply for rates rebates?
Thank you. Yes, we do advertise that on our website, and as much as we can in terms of rest homes and other means. What we're going to try and do the coming financial year is to insert a leaflet into the first instalment of rate accounts, so that it comes as part of the first rates bill.
Thank you. My final question for the day, just about the overall net surplus and deficit picture on the balance of the council finances, and how we're $9.655 million favourable in that balance. Are we headed for, do you think, perhaps by the end of the financial year, an actual surplus?
I think in terms of the revenue side, we will still we'll have unfavourable revenue, and some of that is because of the capital program being slower than budgeted, so some of that will carry over, particularly the NZTA capital projects. So we won't recover in the revenue side. It's hard for us to know what might happen with development contributions or vested asset revenue in saying that. On the expenditure side, we're not expecting any of our expenditure lines to go unfavourable now, the ones that are favourable, but they will track closer to budget.
But then looking at what happened last financial year, you'd expect we could well have a surplus this year.
And it would be great if we did. We've got some headwinds that probably haven't landed yet in these numbers that we will start to see with some of those increasing costs that we're just trying to navigate how we fund in some of our key contracts around the increased costs that everyone is starting to see flow through for fuel, for products, pipes cost more, all of that stuff. But it's a far better place to be looking like this than not at this point in the year.
Yeah, how often does the council tend to be in surplus? Has that happened every 5 years, 10 years?
What I would say is we've been working really hard with the direction of council to try and really constrain our spending and be really, really careful about what we're spending and to with the prospect, as we've talked about, of rates capping coming, trying to balance our capital delivery program to make sure we're still delivering in the right areas, but providing some headroom for council when you come to your next set of decisions. And as part of that, when we come to the annual plan meeting in May, we will be bringing back a revised capital program that will reflect where we are with this year's capital program, but also something that is more deliverable, because we've always signalled that the capital program at the level it was put into this budget would have been challenging, and that was a very clear message from staff from the get-go. What we're aiming to do is get a more realistic budget in front of you for the next financial year for the capital program, and that has flow-on effects throughout all of our operating costs. Is that the right answer, Carolyn?
Yep. And I'll just add to that, there's a couple of uncontrollable things, and one of those I mentioned is the vested assets, so that could be significant or it might not be. We are expecting a large transaction to come through there, so we may end up being in a surplus. And I was just going to say, the other thing is Waipori, and in the March results there's a fairly large drop in the Waipori fund. We can't control that either. So.
Councillor Van der Vis.
I'm very pleased to see that again you've got the excellent graph on page 276 highlighting not just the current debt but what is budgeted and what has been in the past for context. I have asked for it before. Is it possible to have that debt graph fill the full page so that it can actually be read? Because currently, when it's half size, it's very, very hard to read. My real question is, apart from the DCHL director's proposal to sell Aurora and reinvest the Aurora value in a diversified returning fund, is there any other plan to deal with the $1 billion debt in Aurora or the $1 billion debt budgeted for the DCC?
Thank you, Councillor. Two things are in train. One is the investment framework, and that is on the DCHL side. For the DCC, though, we've started work now on the 10-year plan, so we'll be reviewing obviously the capital expenditure that was included in the 9-year plan, and looking at affordability of that program as we draft up the next 10-year plan. So we're starting to look at that now and look at other revenue.
Noting as part of that, Councillor, that we are committed to the Water Services Delivery Plan, because that's part of the decisions around Three Waters, and that still has a very a pretty full-on capital program. So that's something that this council has committed to as part of how you are delivering the Three Waters function in the new regime.
So to summarise, for the 9-year plan at least, we're committed to an ongoing $1 billion debt and no payback plan other than possibly selling some investment properties.
So no, we didn't talk about selling investment properties. What we talked about was that there's an investment plan underway. We are looking at bringing options to council that will look at generating further revenue, but then it's what you do with it. But we're certainly not at this stage looking to sell investment properties. They are a particular type of property. So there really is no payback plan for the $1 billion debt that's on the books? Not quite. We are working on. One of the things we said we would do was look at a debt repayment plan, so that will be part of the 10-year plan. At the same time, we are, as I've said for months, paring back the capital program, which means less debt, with a view to really having some hard conversations about what it is that we're delivering. Water is pretty much a given because of the decisions that have been taken, and then having a bundle after that, and then some hard conversations about what council will prioritise.
Can I just ask, just in regards to water, so when we are looking at what our debt consists of, because it has to be ring-fenced, do we split out our water capital debt?
Yes, we do.
Okay, cool, thank you. I've got Councillor Gary and then Councillor Ong. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for on page 261, the supplementary information around the October rain event in 24 and the wind event in 25. I have a couple of questions about it. First of all, do you think that the rain event expenditure is now complete? and the same with the wind event. Have you any knowledge of that from the various departments?
I can answer some of it for transport. There's still some of the slips work underway, so it's not complete, no.
So there will still be some cost. And finally, at the very bottom of the wind event information, there's a statement that an insurance claim has been lodged relating to the ongoing costs of repairs to council properties, but no insurance recoveries have been received to date. Is that, and this is probably for you, Mr. McLean, is that just a timing issue? Are we expecting insurance payouts? It's a
Thank you, Councillor. I can get that one for you. Yes, we are in the middle of working through a claim. It's actually in relation to some property as opposed to the roading network, but that's going to be happening over the next probably month or two. So we'd expect to have something before the end of the financial year in terms of a claim.
And can I clarify, is it with the insurance company or the Natural Hazards Commission?
With the insurance company.
Councillor Ong.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. My first question is, how is the reporting on the Waipori Fund decided upon? Who signs off on this? Because it is much more concise than it was previously. And I'll go on to my next question after that, but if you could just answer on that point first.
Thank you, Councillor. The Waipori Fund, SIPO, requires a quarterly report from Dunedin City Treasury, so it comes through quarterly.
I do understand that, but this time around it is very concise compared to what we can directly compare with previous ones. That's the first thing. The second thing is when it states out the performance here, it is only stating from what I can see on the month-to-month basis. It's not actually stating the figure for year to date or for the quarter period. It's just really only updating something that's quite vague for 1 month.
So, Councillor, these are the council financial statements for the month. You get separate quarterly reports from the Waipori Fund that are more comprehensive. This is as it has been.
Don't interrupt the Chief Executive, please.
However, I've been doing my maths in my head for the last 9 months.
That's not correct, because we know what we see in each council meeting.
Councillor Ong, just wait. Do not be rude to the Chief Executive and accuse her of being incorrect. She's stating a fact.
And I am checking, but we have a quarterly Waipori Fund report and monthly council accounts where we summarise Waipori in broadly the same way. The numbers change because the months change.
Since we're getting, just very simply, since we're getting an update here, could you provide us with what is the quarter performance and the year-to-date performance, because it's not set out in this few sentences here.
The quarterly report was in the last, when did that come through? Was that last month?
So we'll be getting a 31 March quarter report. We'll probably be bringing that to the next Finance Committee. We haven't received it yet.
And one more question, because now I do not agree with that concept. I've stated clearly, but a fellow councillor has mentioned about Aurora Energy and what was previously rejected by our community in terms of looking at a sale of it. But I think you appreciate how this Waipori Fund performance or underperformance or overperformance, whatever the performance may be, is very crucial, because there have been proposals that I don't agree with, but are saying if you do something to Aurora, it's going to go into this fund, and we need to know how well that fund is doing to even entertain something like that I wouldn't entertain.
Deputy Mayor Lucas, you've indicated a willingness to move. Councillor Vandervis, would you like to second? Thank you. Would you like to speak to him?
No, as this report's for noting, I'm happy just to leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Councillor Chambers, sorry.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, just a general comment about this potential surplus. I mean, I worked on the health board for many, on the actual board for a few years, and we never looked at any way of having a surplus in any financial year. It was actually quite depressing, and tens of millions of dollars deficit every single year. Now, but here we are for a whole lot of complicated reasons facing a possible surplus. By the end of June. I'm not sure what a public entity is supposed to do in those circumstances. Do you hope that the money, if you have a surplus, it carries on in some way to help the next financial year? But it's too late to adjust the rates, I think. Or if you get wind that you're going to get a surplus, possibly quite some millions of dollars, should you make some unbudgeted expenditure to benefit our most disadvantaged citizens? And should, for example, ask our council officials to have a bit of a think. Is there something we could come up in May or June that could actually make a difference to our population during the winter? In the area of homelessness, for example, or some other area. I wouldn't like. Our officials may have some other ideas, but I'm not sure what we do if at the end of June we're facing a surplus of $3-4 million.
Councillor Vandervis.
Can I suggest that hoping for a surplus, which is just a surplus to budget, in the context of $1 billion debt, that at 5% costs us $1 million a week to pay the interest of, that any surplus you might be discussing, probably not that significant, and certainly not something to try and sort of claim as any kind of victory, given that we are planning currently to keep $1 billion debt all the way through the 9-year plan, and DCHL similarly another $1 billion. So in my view, the whether or not we have a surplus, whether or not there's a few million one way or the other, quite frankly, doesn't really matter. What we need to do, in my view, is not just reduce our capital costs. We need to desperately now reduce our operational costs, and we need to do it in a way, and I believe it can be done in a way that doesn't affect the delivery of services to the general public. What we really need to keep in mind, in my view, is that having billion-dollar debts in both our companies and in the DCC exposes us to very significant risk. The official cash rate, the Reserve Bank has just indicated that it intends to raise the official cash rate, which underpins and drives interest rates, tends to raise it in 3 steps for the remainder of this year. It's not going down any time soon. And the potential for it to go up, especially given volatile world events, is potentially catastrophic for us. If you think, $1 billion debt costing us $1 million a week in interest is a problem now at 5%, imagine what that problem will be if interest rates go to 14%, which I was paying on first mortgage when I bought the old church down in Dundas Street some 40 odd years ago. And then on second mortgage, I was paying 22%. The catastrophe that these interest rate rises, which are completely out of our control, would cause us, is something, it's an area of risk which I know it's not pretty to look at, but I believe we really need to consider strongly a way that we reduce, dramatically reduce our exposure and risk. Debt itself, I accept we've had it for a long time. The idea of having our companies in the first place was that they would have any debt for the DCC and they would pay the debt and they would also pay us a dividend. Well, that idea went out the window some 20 years ago. We have continued to grow debt, we've continued to grow risk, and we've continued to accept for a decade now a pitiful returns from the $1 billion investment in our companies. All of this has to change, in my view.
just to make a point?
No, sorry, you've had your time. Councillor Gary.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. And while we're talking about catastrophe, along the lines of page 261 and 2, which I mentioned earlier in my question, I really appreciate the fact the staff are noting the costs from the rain event in October 24, the wind event in 25, and we've watched other places around New Zealand and the costs that they've incurred from the weather events. These are not going to be the last of them. The expenditure is not over. 8.5 million odd and counting for the rain event back in 24, and that's not even going to take into account actually all of the costs, because it's quite hard to quantify in some cases. And $1 million, just over $1 million for the wind event and counting. So we should take note of that and understand that when we're making other decisions further on. It's very helpful to have these quantified.
Deputy Mayor Lucas, your right of reply.
Just briefly, just noting that this report is for the 8 months to the end of February, so we've still got 4 months to go, and maybe, Councillor Chambers, you do have a crystal ball how we're going to end up, but there's a long way to run in 4 months in the current economic times. And the other thing I would like, so in that point it's a bit early to say that we're going to be running a surplus, but also just would like to note that under the Local Government Act we're required to run a surplus, and we haven't been able to get to that point, and so if we can get to that point, that is we are supposed to be operating.
I'll now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Abstentions? That is carried. We will move on to item 15, proposed event road closures. And I was going to see who was going to be first to move that. Thank you, Councillor. Well, maybe there's some questions for Mr. McLean, who's looking terribly dejected. Okay. That was good exercise. Get your steps in. Who would like to second that? Deputy Mayor Lucas. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Gary? Therefore, I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? That is carried. I will move a resolution to exclude the public as per the reasons in the order paper. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. Put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Abstentions? And we'll just take a 5-minute break. Oh, I did move it, didn't I? I was just so sorry. I was moving a little bit too fast for my own self. Do you want